Hello, everybody. What's going on? Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Yeah. Apologize for the missed stream on Wednesday. I didn't get any sleep at all. So I woke up and knew in my bones there's no way I could stream for 4 hours. But it's okay. I also got like barely any sleep today either, but we can't miss 2 streams now, can we? That's not in the cards. But anyways, the store page for Lured In is live now. So you can wishlist it. But yeah, we're gonna just keep working away at stuff. There's a couple of kind of big things that I want to get done. Some of the customization stuff. I want to do the character customization at some point. Today I want to work on... Excuse me. Today I want to work on the customization inside the tank. Right now, or the way that we used to have it is just that, well, the way that we still have it right now, is it's basically just like a linear upgrade, but I think it's a little bit boring. Because there's really no actual, like, customization that goes into it. So, I think we will, change that. But yeah, we'll be working on that. And also I want to do, like, a little more of a tutorial at the beginning. Because right now it's just a pop-up window. It's not much of a real tutorial. We're not going to need a very complicated tutorial for Lured In, because it's really easy. It's basically just go click this button. But just introduce things a little bit, you know. But anyways, let's go ahead and get going. Ooh, where's my monitor? Oh yeah, we're probably playing. There we go. Okay. Here we are in the realm of Lured In. So let's go figure out what we're gonna work on. So really we're gonna be spending a lot of time inside of the tank menu. Alright. So if we want to do this, I think we're gonna need kind of a new form of upgrade almost. Because all the upgrade buttons right now is like they just you know, you click and then you get upgrade. Hey Bobby, welcome in. Want to play this game? Yeah, I can. If you want a key, you're totally welcome. I can send that your way. Just let me know. Because yeah, I would love to gather up as much like early playtesting feedback as I can, really. Yeah, I'll jot it down. I'll send that to you after stream. So let's see. We've got these 2 decorations in here. I think what I'm gonna do now is kind of change this so it's like we have like these as objects or whatever. I guess we need another table. Hopefully it's fine that we're doing so many tables. I mean, gets the job done, so. Tables. So yeah, I just want a big list of all the decorations, because then I can, we can also make it moddable. Decorations table. This is multiplayer. Yeah, co-op web fishing. Would be fun, but man, yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of work. Maybe in the future we got some soft asynchronous multiplayer kind of stuff or something. I don't know. I haven't really seen any multiplayer like business games, you know, like being able to like upgrade and do like all that stuff at the same time as someone else. That'd be pretty crazy. Maybe like a local thing would make sense with that. But let's see. I'm just thinking how I want to do this, because we're also probably gonna have decorations for yeah, the actual like aquarium too. So I think we're gonna have kind of two different types of decoration in here. So we're just gonna have something like this, which was like cost. And that's about it. Yeah, making a multiplayer now would be really hard since you didn't start with that in mind. Yeah, for sure. And like, I don't know, I guess I wouldn't, I'm not 100% sure if multiplayer would like contribute much content to the game, you know what I mean? Like, I think on some games it really makes a lot of sense, but like, I don't know, the game is idle, so you're like probably, yeah, like closing the game a lot and stuff. It should be really annoying not to set up multiplayer like a million times every day. But yeah. But eventually we'll do another multiplayer game in the future. But I don't know, multiplayer is, you know, a lot of work. What even is this object? I guess it's like seagrass. Sprites. I think I just called it Fish Tank Plant 1, yeah. Alright. Seem like Starground lately? I am still working on it in the background. It's just like so boring. Like, I don't know. It's one of those, a lot of the time spent on Starground recently has been stuff like just a lot of bug fixing, and like I am about to start working on some more content stuff. I think once we do that stuff, I'll stream it again, but I think I'd rather just like stream the fun stuff. But yeah, I'll definitely be working on Starground. I want to do another major content update, maybe for, not 100% sure when. I feel like April would probably be like the most reasonable date to hit. But I want to do like a more endgame automation content stuff. You know, we're talking like Dyson spheres. I want to do the quantum chest, new automation planet, you know, all that kind of stuff. I don't think it'll be really that hard to add all that stuff, since I've, you know, kind of got a lot of that down to a science, really. I've got the systems in place to make it easier, so. Hey, Oshik, welcome in. How are you doing? But yeah, I will be working on that. Yeah, it's just a bunch of stuff going on. And kind of to be real, also, I don't really enjoy working on Starground anymore. I get so tired of the endless multiplayer bug fixing, and it's kind of a bruh moment. So I don't know. Obviously, we'll finish the game, but like, it gets to a point where it's just like, yeah, I have much more fun working on Laird and Deadlift. Because I think it's the part of the reason is like Starground is in a spot where it doesn't really make sense just to throw on a bunch more content. Like I can, but I think most of like the issues that I've seen with the game and stuff really kind of like stems from the early game. So I've been trying to focus on that much more. One of the big things I think that's next for Starground is changing the format of the way like weapons are crafted and held. You know, right now you go into the workbench and like it's just in like the slots, right? But I think it's always been a little annoying because you can't make multiple different types of weapons and experiment, which is a big problem. So I think I want to change the weapons to be like items. This is going to be really like a lot of work because I'm going to have to make it work on conveyor belts, because the way conveyor belts right now work is that the item ID that they don't store a dictionary, they just store a string. So it means that if I have any custom like data attached to an item entry, it's not going to work. So I have to fix that. It's going to be annoying. We'll get around to it. Motivation was kills my projects most. Yeah. Want deficit C to be done. Just polishing right now. Yeah, refactoring a lot. Yeah, it's basically the state Starground is in. But yeah, it's tricky because I mean, the thing too with Starground is like, you know, around initial launch and stuff, it's like epic and the game's making like pretty consistent money, but really like in recent year, the profits of the game have dropped significantly. So it's really kind of almost difficult for me to justify like 100% focusing just on Starground because I'm kind of wasting my time a little bit. So that's the other part of it, unfortunately. But yeah. What do I call this plant? It's like red. I call this like fire leaf. Who's time we care about it? I mean, I definitely care about finishing Starground, but it's just like sometimes I feel a little insane when it's the only thing I work on, if you know what I mean. Like, it's too much. I really want to be able to kind of, I don't know, mess with other stuff. So I'm probably waiting for the full release. I'm sure. I mean, I'm not banking on full release, like making a bunch of money or a bunch of sales, but there definitely is a decent backlog of wish lists for the game. So I'm assuming full launch, a lot of people will maybe buy. We'll see. But that's also kind of another reason I don't want to rush things with Starground too much, right? Because like we've got a bunch of wish lists just piled up, so I don't want to just finish the game as fast as I can. Because then, like, all those people see 1.0, it's like, oh, this, I thought it would have been a little bit more developed before 1.0, and they don't buy the game. So I think, like, I kind of want to take my time a little bit and just slowly chip away at things and make it very solid for 1.0 before launch. But yeah, that's the idea, I think. Seagrass. What's the description for this? Might need a lawnmower. Fireleaf. I don't know if that's a real thing. But fun fact, not actually hot. All right. So yeah, I just want to get the basics here set up. So this is going to kind of change the way that we place down the decorations. So now if we go duplicate one of these trezes, call this decoration table. Boom. Oops, this decorations table. Boom. Now we're gonna go back into global. All the way up to the top. And we're gonna copy one of these guys. This is gonna be the decorations table. We'll just throw it on down here. Call that decorations table dot res. All right, so that should be all set up. So now what I want to do is when we go over to our tank menu in here. So the way we have it set up right now is we've got the upgrades menu. And it's basically just exactly like how the regular upgrades section is. I think I might need another section now for like decorations, right? So I think I'll do that. I don't know why upgrades is it's a scroll container. Yeah, so we're gonna copy that, paste it again, call this one decorations. And now we're gonna do the exact same thing, basically. So I need like almost a new form of button in a way. Like one specifically, almost like the regular upgrade button, but like a little bit different. Because we have this upgrade panel, right? It'll show, this is what it does in here. It shows like the level and everything, but excuse me. It doesn't really make sense though to use any of this code. So I think I'm just gonna duplicate all this. Duplicate the upgrades panel. Call it like, I already have item panel, but that's a little different. I'll just call it decoration panel. Unless we want to do like, just modify this decoration or this upgrade panel to have like an alternate mode or whatever. Which is one way to go about it. But the issue is it like has a specific ID, so it's just, I think we'll just duplicate it. So now go into the decoration panel. And we're going to create our own script. All right, so now we can get rid of all this garbage. We're gonna have decoration ID. Upgrade data. Doesn't really make sense anymore. We're gonna grab that. We're just gonna do data. And see, there's no like required upgrades anymore and stuff, right? So we can get rid of all that. It's never gonna be like locked. I mean, I guess, well, potentially we could make certain decorations locked behind things. So I'll just keep this system in here, but we probably won't do anything with it. So now required research, required upgrades need to be defined. So let's copy all these. Boom. Onto the table. We will have a category on these. I don't think I'm gonna really do anything with it yet, but then we just have required research and that in there. Life decoration panel. So see, this is like something that doesn't matter. Upgrade level, this is not a thing. And there's no calculated cost, it's just a static cost. So we can get rid of all those. So calculate upgrade cost. Yeah, we don't like do that. Like base cost is just that, so just set it to that. And this is doing all this stuff, so we need data. We don't include the upgrade level, so we get rid of this section. And description. Research data, okay. So there's no such thing as max level, so we're gonna get rid of that. We just have buy, and then on buy pressed, some other things are gonna happen. We will say money minus equals that, but we're not gonna change our upgrades, obviously. Okay, so that should be pretty much good to go. Don't care about tank ID, don't care about upgrade level. We should be good to go. Excuse me. All right. Got all the names in here. If locked, which we already have set up. Can buy. All right. We're going to save that. Now we're going to go back into tank menu. And just do a couple more things over here. I think I say in here on ready. Yeah, for upgrade ID in here is on setup. So what am I doing in here? I got upgrade list. I presume that's a reference to that. Yep. Let's do another one. Call this decorations list. Okay. Oops. Get that assigned. Boom. And there's more things I want to do eventually. Like I want to do the different like liquid types and stuff inside of the tank, but that's kind of later on, you know. All right. So now down in here, we're just gonna clear out the upgrade list. So just copy this. Or not the upgrade list, the decorations list. Get rid of all that stuff. And now we also do this again. But we don't care about tank ID. Probably. Yeah, I think it's fine. So for decoration ID and global dot decorations table, we say data is that decoration ID. I'm gonna say if like data dot tank, yeah. Then we add it. Not upgrade panel, but decoration panel. Decoration ID is equal to that one. We don't care about tank ID. All right, let's go see what happens. So hopefully we should just see the two buttons appear in there, the different decorations, and we'll be gaming. So if we, okay, it died because there's no such thing as tank. That's fine. We'll fix that. Let's just say tank is true by default or something. It doesn't matter. Let's go check it again. So if we open a fish tank, still died. I don't know why. Should have defined tank. Here in defaults, say data.merge defaults. Unless I'm getting the wrong value in here, I might be. Yeah, I am. Because I didn't say decorations table. Let's try this again. There we go. So now we can open the decorations tab. There's nothing in here, which is like a little odd. Oh, it showed up in the decoration zone. Okay, we gotta fix that. So why did it do that? I think it's because I did upgrade list. I should have said decorations list. And then also one thing that I have to fix with the code here is change this back to 1. We should be good to go. So then next is getting the logic set up to like place the decorations, then also save the decorations. It's a big thing. But yeah, basically now it just doesn't show level or anything. You just click buy. It doesn't do anything right now, but what'll happen is like when we click buy, it'll like swap back to this menu and have text on the top that's like place decoration. And then it'll just show a little, it'll just like show us where we're about to place it. So yeah, that should work. Okay. Wrist. I don't know why my wrist has been so messed up recently. Even made like a custom wrist rest to help. Okay, so let's go get that code set up. So it'll go to here. And we can kind of apply that code onto the tank cursor or whatever if we have one of those. I think we do. So if we buy it, we decrease the money. And now what we want to do is change our tab. I'm going to get a reference in here and call this like tank menu. Do that. Welcome to the tank menu. We'll call it class name. Tank menu. Back in the decorations. Now we have the reference to that. So what I'm going to say now is tank menu.place decoration. Decoration ID. And we can kind of just use that as our code for what happens. Final thing here is button.tank menu is equal to self. Okay. So function place decoration. We're gonna grab some stuff like var decoration data is global get decoration ID. And then we'll just add another thing up here like var active decoration. So we'll set that to decoration ID. So now we'll know what decoration is currently being selected or whatever. All right, next thing is when we do this, I also want to purposely swap the menu now. So we can grab our tab container and say dot current tab is equal to 0. So that should work. And then we're just going to have a little, we already have the tank cursor down here, so I'm going to add a sprite to this. And this is just going to, it's already following our mouse. So yeah, we'll just like directly access that. This is going to be a little insane, but well, maybe let's do this. So I'll have a signal. Decoration selected, decoration ID. Okay, and we're gonna say selected.emit decoration ID. Then inside of here, I can connect that signal up. Function ready. Now do I have a reference to? Yeah, I can just say owner. So owner dot decoration dot selected connect to decoration. Show decoration or whatever. So now function show decoration. We're gonna do sprite 2d dot sprite is equal to, let me get decoration data again. Get decoration ID. And that's going to pass that in as well. So now it's going to be decoration data dot sprite. Let's see what this does. What it should do is when we click on the button inside of the tank, it'll bring us over to the fish zone. And we'll see it on our cursor. Ooh, I did sprite instead of texture. I always do that. Let's try that again. If I go in here, click decoration, boom. Now you can see we're about to place the decoration. So that works pretty well. So I'm gonna mute the music here so it's not yapping in your guys' ears. So when we get out of the menu or anything, we'll cancel out of the decoration. I guess give the player a refund. But yeah, so we're gonna get it set up. We can set like an offset of where this gets placed. And we'll just kind of let people place it sort of wherever they want, I guess. We'll see. And the fire leaf, put wherever. And I think I will let people kind of like place it really far out of the tank. Like being able to kind of put it on the edges like that. Because I want people to be able to be creative with the way they do the decorations too. Like, I think just being able to put it in the corner like this as a little bit of like a foreground would actually be kind of cool. So like, I'm fine with that, honestly. The only other thing I've been thinking of is possibly making the area, the resolution of the tank bigger. Or having like a camera so you can move around inside of the tank. Just because, I mean, do you guys think the tank is too small? I don't know. It's hard to say. Just so you have more room to decorate. But obviously I can't go much further with it. Otherwise, like, the UI starts to get a little messy. So, I don't know. I could full screen this menu, but I kind of really don't like that. Because all of the other menus are not full screened. I mean, maybe for this one it would be okay, but... we can experiment with making the menu larger. I don't know how far we'll go with it. Okay, so let's remember it's at 700, 500. Let's just like keep upping it. Just to experiment. Oops, 1,000. Maybe up the... So we could potentially do something like this. But you can see there's a lot of like UI issues, right? Like it's overlapping some of the buttons now, which is bad. It overlaps our little cache panel on the side. So I just don't know how I feel about that. I think it's fine if the tank is like this. I mean, this resolution. The only thing I could imagine might be a issue eventually is like the resolution of certain fish. If they're like really big fish, like a whale or something would be enormous inside of here. Take up like the whole tank. So, I don't know. That's my only concern, I suppose. I mean, we could literally make this menu full screen. You could say full rect. But I don't know how I feel about that. Hey, bro, welcome in. How's it going? How have you been doing? Yo, thank you for the cheese time. This is what it looks like when it's a full screen menu. But then the other issue that becomes if we do a full screen menu, the scaling of this menu is super like weird. Because like, what happens when I do this to the window? Like, you know, stuff like that. I do want to add like a full screen button for it, but you know, also like what about widescreen? This is very undefined. I mean, yeah, I can add borders around it, but it just seems like kind of a moment. Also, I just don't like having a full screen menu like hit you in the face like this. It's like it's too much. I think we'll not do that. Keep this on center. And back what we had it as, so 500. Just the same size as all the other menus. If we really wanted to, we could add in a camera to the tank so you can kind of zoom in and move around, but otherwise I think we're okay right now. Good, super hyped for the new animal, or the new Pokemon Animal Crossing game. You talking about Lured In or like a different game? Is the resolution of this tank like matching with what? Because we could potentially do that as sort of a compromise. It's like up the resolution of the tank just so that it is higher res. Yeah, I did kill him, yeah. Yeah, because it does look a little low res compared to the UI here, I guess. So what are we at with like the resolution in here? Because I know we've got the sub viewport here. It's at 620 by 316. Is our camera set to like 2 on the zoom level? It's set to 3 times. So we could probably drop that to 2 times. And then we've got this. So how big is that pixel size relative to our other UI? Yeah, so theoretically that's like a more accurate resolution, I think. It just fits with the same like pixel aspect ratio that we have on the font and the UI elements. So we might do that, and it'll give you a little bit more space for the fish, I think. The only thing is it would be like the tiny fish will be really tiny, you know? I don't know how we feel about that. Because if I go ahead and put in a fish now, let's just catch one really quick. It's gonna be a very tiny guy. Water's not pixelated? Yeah. I mean, I could make it pixelated, maybe? I have to do some kind of pixelization filter. But we'll see. Get the fish. Alright. So that's a carp, he's like a medium-sized guy. So if I put him inside of here, we can see what he looks like. Also, I didn't save the camera zoom. Let's set that back to 2. So this is what it looks like at 2 zoom level. Like, it's mostly fine. I just don't know, like, I don't want anything to be smaller than like the X button, right? I feel like that's kind of like the absolute smallest element we should have. I wish I could anti-alias this, but I haven't found a way to do that because you can see we get some nasty like stripes. Maybe if I upscale it, we'll have to figure that one out. So I don't know. What do you guys think about this scale? Like, is this too tiny? It feels a little bit too small, I feel like. Or I feel like I'm sort of having to struggle just a little bit to see the fish. So I think I might just make it so the enormous fish aren't like actually physically so enormous, if that makes sense. Like a shark will be a big guy, but he's not going to be like proportionate to the other fish, if that makes sense, right? So that's probably what we'll do. Yeah, keep him big. Because yeah, I just don't like how tiny it is to view it. I think it's okay if it's a little dense in there, you know? Alright, well, I guess we're going to stick with this. So let's get the decoration placing actually set up. So next thing is if we have an active decoration like set or whatever on our cursor, we can check and see if we've clicked anywhere. So here's where I want to say if we have like a pre-existing hover or whatever. I don't want it to work. Or I guess if we have a... Yeah, we'll skip out on all that stuff. Set selected fish. Fish set outline. So yeah, we're just gonna say if or no, show decoration. we'll have a decoration ID just like we had up there. So decoration ID will be equal to decoration ID. Just replace this with new ID. So if we have a decoration ID, then I'm just going to return. So it'll kind of temporarily disable us clicking on the fish. Then if decoration ID, if input.is action just pressed, click left, then we place down the decoration. Is there an if don't? What would if don't do? I don't think that's a thing in Godot. So here, we kind of just reset the decoration we have set. So we say that is equal to null, decoration ID is equal to an empty string. I don't really know what if do is either. I mean, there's just if. I'm not really sure. I haven't used a language with stuff like that before. Okay, so now when we place this down, oh right, I have to like repurchase it because it's different now. Boom, you can see it goes away. Is this an if? Okay. Well then what would if don't even do? It would just be basically saying if not, like if not decoration ID or whatever. I don't know. Nothing? Okay. So now when we place that down, what I want to do is I need to like save the position and ID of the decoration we placed. So we're gonna need a new like save variable for tank decoration positions. So up in global, we're gonna go to our other save stuff. It's like we'll end here, inventory, tank upgrade levels. So we're going to save our tank decorations. It's going to be a dictionary. Similar to how we had it before, it's going to be an int. And then it's going to be an array of dictionaries. Love the song, Rogues Gallery. Yeah. The tank decorations. I'm just going to create some functions to do this easier. It's probably going to be for the better. So function set decoration. Now the only thing is like knowing, I guess I can check the position to see which decoration is which. That should probably be okay. So we'll say add tank decoration, tank ID is an int, then decoration ID as a string. So now in this, we're going to say tank decorations and index, tank ID, dot push back this. Also, I'm going to pass in position, the vector 2. I'm actually going to do a vector 2i, I think, maybe, just so that we have like, we can compare them easier, maybe. Might do that. All right. Well, that might be a little weird though. Yeah, we'll just do a vector 2. So we're gonna say position in here, ID, and that's pretty much everything we need to know. And position is equal to position. So that should do that. And then I'm gonna have another function, remove tank decoration. And we're gonna pass in tank ID again. And decoration ID and position. So now we say for I in tank decorations, tank ID, if I dot ID is equal to decoration ID and position dot is equals approximately to I dot position, then we know it's the same one. So then we say, and actually I have to do this now. I need to say for I in range, right? That dot size -1 -1 -1. That should work. And then is that how we do it? I think that's what you do if you iterate backwards. Yeah. Then var decoration is going to be equal to tank decorations at tank ID at I. So if decoration.id, all that stuff. Now you can just say tank decorations at tank ID dot remove at, and it's going to be position I. So that should remove our decorations, hopefully. That'll matter later. I'm going to get it set up so we can delete stuff. Otherwise, I think we should be okay now. We just call tank, add tank decoration when we place it. So let's go do that. So right here, we'll call this global, don't add tank decoration. So this is going to pass in owner.tankID, right? Yeah. So owner tank ID, we've got the decoration ID, and then also global position. Hopefully this will work. So just like that. Okay. And tank decoration. Also, I'm going to have another thing now on tank decorations. I'm going to say set, right, value is equal to value. Then also decorations changed, right, dot emit. This is just so that we can have like a signal for when you place down a new decoration, and it kind of updates all the decorations. That should work. Okay, so we're almost there. Resetting. So we just need a system to kind of actually place them down for real now. Also, really quick, go into here, go into save game data. And we need to say, right, tank decorations is equal to tank decorations. Similarly, down in load our user data, or game data. Tank decorations is user data dot get tank decorations. So that should make it so they actually save now. Also, we need to go up into ready and do kind of the same thing where we do max tank count here. Save. If not tank decorations dot get I false. Then we say tank decorations at I is equal to an empty array. Just kind of setting up that initial array. Okay, I think we're probably good to go. I want to go ahead and just get it set up so we can visually like represent the stuff already. So we'll do that. I guess I'm just gonna have a function world to do this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Tank world. I guess I already had a script for this. We'll have a couple things. So global dot decorations changed. We're going to connect to update decorations. Also on owner dot, like, do I have a signal for this in menu? Let's see. I guess it's visibility changed. Visibility changed dot connect to update decorations. So if, yeah, we can't really do is visible in tree. That's fine. So what we're gonna do now is I want to have a reference to all our decorations. So var decorations is an array. We're gonna say for in decorations i.queue_free, just to get rid of them. And then we're gonna add all of them. So for decoration in global.tank decorations at index owner.tankid, right? We're gonna add them in. So I guess we need a new scene now that kind of like acts as our standard decoration scene. So let's do that super quick. Oops, it's gonna be a sprite 2D. It's really quite simple. Now, how do I have these set up? I think I do. There's a shader on these, and then also they're ordering. I don't have anything weird on the ordering, but I'll probably change that. So now we go ahead and call this decoration. Class name, decoration. And this can work for both the tank and the shop. We'll just make it a standard thing. Okay. So now we go ahead and create it inside a tank or inside a world. So we're just going to say add child. Decoration, and say var decoration is equal to preload decoration.scene.instantiate. Say decoration.decoration ID is equal to decoration data dot ID. And also decoration dot global position is equal to decoration data dot position. And then we add it. That should be basically it. So we're gonna have function ID in here. I'll just call this what it is, decoration ID. Then a function ready, we say global.decorations table.get ID. And I'll just say texture is equal to that.sprite. Oh, that needs to be a var function. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Back in the tank menu. Just make sure we're all good here. We can now make this a type of decoration. Yeah, decoration ID is that. Okay. No idea if this is going to work, but let's see what happens. Ideally, it will create the decoration when we place it down. So let's go buy it, place it. And nothing happened there. If I go back in, if I go to the main menu and go back in, nothing. Interesting. Update decorations. I want to make sure that this is actually getting ran. So I'm just going to print a thing there. Let's check this. Looks like it's not being ran when I place a decoration. And when I get out of the thing and I do it, it does work. So decorations change doesn't seem to be working for some reason. Even though I should be doing it in here. Say owner, tank ID, decoration ID, and global position of that cursor. So let's check out what's going on in here. Then I say tank decorations. Maybe it's just because I'm not like doing it right. I'll just manually call this signal instead. Just right here. And same with removing it too. Break it. Or really just return. We'll just try that. Should make it more reliable. So you can see in there what happens. So it happened there. I place it. It did call the signal, but nothing seems to be appearing in here. It might just be like a depth ordering thing, but I'm not 100% sure yet. Let's check the remote tree. When we do that, I'm gonna embed the game again. I want to see if it is actually creating the nodes or if it's just not doing anything. So check our aquarium. And it's going to be specifically inside of, oh boy, tank menu. V-box. It's not fish info. It's in tab container, fish. In here. Viewport, sub-viewport, world. So it does show a bunch of decorations in here. You can see them all. So it is successfully placing the decorations in here. Clearly. It's placing a lot of them somehow. I don't know. A little suspicious. Yo, Satellix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, welcome in, gamers. Yeah, what are we up to today on your stream? How's everything going? Yeah, we're just working on Lured In right now. I'm getting it set up so you can place decorations wherever you want. It's a little bit broken though. We're figuring it out. Actually working on art for change. Nice. Trying to spruce up a scene for a very, very early demo slice. That's awesome. I have no clue how to make any grass. Yeah. There's a lot of ways to make grass. It's kind of fascinating. Like you could do it as like a 2D like plane, you know, that you just like mess with. You could do like just a flat 2D sprite or like an actual 3-dimensional grass. There's a lot of ways to do it. But yeah, grass is really cool. I do love stylized grass. It's kind of a kind of a weak spot of mine, I suppose, or whatever. Like the grass and like Breath of the Wild and stuff is awesome. It's a really cool tutorial that shows manipulating a plane into some 3D stylized stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I love like, oh man, you can do like shader stuff too. There are some Godot shaders for like cool grass that I've seen. I'm just like looking at all the epic cool stuff. I have a screen space god ray, which is actually really cool. If we browse, we can look at yo, that's the, isn't that from like Nickelodeon or something? Oh. Anyways. Grass. Yeah, there's a bunch of it. But yeah, like I saw this one recently and I really, or not this one, but I don't know, but they all look really cool. This one actually has a displacement on it, so like if you have like a ball on top of it, it moves the grass, which is really neat. But there's so many. Oh, this is the one I saw recently, I believe. Yeah, this is a billboarded grass shader. So it's just using a bunch of 2D sprites and then billboarding the texture so it's always like facing the camera. And I actually really love how this grass looks. It's very soft, you know, almost looks like a cloud. And it's kind of cool. So, yeah. But yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of ways to do grass. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I can't wait to I really want to use this somewhere. I'm not sure where yet, but yeah, I'm finally at Artville and it's scary here. Yeah. Art's a lot of work for sure. That's part of the reason I did pixel art for Learn In. Like, I could have gone with 3D. It would have been cool, but 3D, in my opinion, I think is a lot more work. I mean, I'm probably just biased because, you know, I used to draw, so it's easier for me, but pixel art is so dang charming. Yeah, I do enjoy pixel art. I always find it very interesting that some people just don't see the beauty in it. Like, some people just think pixel art is ugly just because it's low resolution, which is always very perplexing. I don't know. Like, I've gotten some negative comments on Starground's art for some reason. See it as one-to-one with oil painting? Yeah. It's honestly very similar to oil painting in a lot of ways. At least the way that I usually draw pixel art, because I'm just like throwing down blobs of color. I think I've talked about this before at some point, but yeah. I always really love pixel art. I've seen some insane pixel art people have done. Like, that just looks gorgeous. So, there's a super, I mean, as with any art medium, really, you can really get good at pixel art. There's a massive skill ceiling. So, yeah, it's fun. I've always really enjoyed pixel art. I love how like quick it can be. I love how like simple and clean it can make things look if you do it in the right way. Like, I've seen some really good looking, just like very flat, like kind of pastel vibes. Like Dixium kind of gives me that a little bit of how simple this game looks. I think the art in this game is pretty effective, right? Very minimalistic. I think it works well with this kind of thing. Especially with how like blocky everything is, it kind of just makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, we're working on Learn In today. The store page for Learn In is live now. It's on Steam, so you can wishlist the game. But yeah, we're just gonna keep working on stuff. Got like a couple kind of targets we're aiming for, I suppose. One of the big things is getting the game ready for like initial playtesting kind of stuff. I want to do like just have the game ready for like content creators and stuff like that. It's one of the big things. Also doing the Steam playtest feature I think will be really helpful. It's going to be an opportunity to like actually test the game without running the risk of negative demo reviews. So I think we'll definitely be focusing on that. But yeah, I'm just trying to get like a couple more mechanics implemented before then. Right now we're working on doing what's the word? Like customizable decorations. Before, what I had set up just kind of temporarily, it was like the decorations in the game were like an upgrade tree or whatever. So you just like buy the same upgrade a few times and it just starts building up decorations. But I think it's a little boring because then all of your tanks look the exact same, which is silly. So we're getting it set up so you can place your own decorations down now. But I still have to figure out a couple things. For some reason, when I place the decoration, it's just kind of not there. I gotta figure that out. I'm not sure what's going on there. Could just be something with the decoration itself, not like applying the texture, but it should be doing that here. So I'm setting the ID before I place it. Let's run this up again and give this another look. Oh yeah, also I saw your Patreon post, by the way, so like pretty epic. Yeah, for some reason it's like just not here. And it's weird, I can see it over here if we go into the remote tree in here. I'm going to tank menu. Let me snooze that ad. Yeah, tank menu into the V-Box stuff. Yeah, I saw the little breaking glass thing. That looks pretty crazy. I'm excited to try out your game whenever it's ready. I presume you're doing demo stuff soon, right? Or at some point. Yeah, so you can see all these sprites in here. So the texture is being set. And there even is a position set, so I don't know why it's just invisible. Like, I wonder if it's like... Oh, it is just in the wrong position. You can see where they're placed over here. Like, all on the outside for some reason. I don't know why they're over there. Oh, it's really weird. It's like... Why is it like that? Do I need to place it? Oh, it's like the position stuff is really weird. Strange. Oh, is it because world is centered around... Because I say get global mouse position. I think I should just say, like, I need to convert that to a local coordinate relative to... But it should be global coordinates. Global position. So I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, I want to have a bunch of systems like that, little emergent features. Yeah. Yeah, maybe for tomorrow, for that super early chunk. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try and feature freeze and polish up for actually being on Steam. Though I may refocus on my original project, depending. Yeah, I totally feel that. Yeah, that's cool stuff. Yeah, I'm hoping for, like, Lured-In will be playable to the public, you know, with the playtesting feature, like, oh, I don't know, maybe, I'm thinking, like, maybe sometime in March, but that might extend to April. We'll have to see. But yeah. Oh, didn't you read the... Oh, I'm sorry. It's a secret. Not supposed to say. My apologies. So fast, yeah. I just, I don't know. I think the reason I want to get Lured-In, like, moving so quickly, there's, like, a couple things. Like, I mean, one of the big things I think that's helped a lot is I've, like, specifically chose Lured-In as the game because the scope is so small and it's really easy for me to build. But also, like, man, I hate spending so much time on projects. Like, it's great if you... Oh. What happened here? Steam down right now? Is it just me, or is Steam dead? I think Steam is dead. I can't get to the store. Oh, it's like really laggy. Oh, is it because Requiem just came out and it's like killing Steam or something? Oh, it's really slow. It's taking forever. 1 billion sales. I can't imagine one game though would crash Steam. Yeah, it could be Cloudflare issues. Interesting. Okay, it's fine now. I guess this is a very minor incident. Anyways, what was I even saying? But yeah, I've grown a strong distaste towards spending too long on things, because like I spent so long making Starground, and like same with the first project I ever made. Well, not the first project ever, but the first commercial project, Pogo Rocket. I took so long making this game. It was just terrible. Because then by the end of it, I think like I lose all my motivation, and it's just a bad time. I really like the idea of just like getting a game done in like 6 months, full release, and it's done. Because then like if I enjoy working on it, I can just keep working on it and do more updates. But I'm not trapped. I can immediately move on to the next thing if I feel like it. So I think that's what's so good about a short game like that. It's not so risky of an investment, right? I get to just like even if I waste 6 months of my time and the game doesn't do well, it's not like a major letdown. Because it's only been a couple months, right? But yeah, I'm just full focused on getting it ready as soon as possible. But yeah, it's really important to have high morale and work on something. Absolutely, yeah. I think that's like the #1 most important thing. I think, honestly, it's crazy. Completely blunt. Having 10 short games way more profitable than having 1 game in 5 years. Yeah, it's just honestly, I think sometimes with game development, it's just a matter of just numbers and throwing things out there. Like, and I think I also want to preface, like, also we have an ad starting soon. My apologies, but making a long game is not a bad thing. I think it really just depends on like your goals and stuff, right? I mean, for me, like my #1 goal right now is making money. So I think shorter games are going to help me achieve that faster. But like, I don't really see a problem working on something for a long time if you enjoy working on it, right? So like, yeah. And the ads. Yeah, I also saw that post. So I'll talk about that after the ads are over. We must wait 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep trying to figure this out. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. So I say add, and it should pass in the position here. Just gonna be our global position. So it should just be relative to like world. I don't know why. Is it just because this has position already or something? Then this is setting global position, so it really shouldn't matter. I don't know why it's all weird. I mean, I can change the way that it spawns in, but I feel like it might just be not good. I'll try it. I gotta head to bed. Have a wonderful rest of your stream. Sounds good. Thank you so much for coming in. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's still not showing up in here. So maybe not that. Maybe the issue, like, I have had some weird issues with getting you can see my predicament here. For some reason, my like camera zoom level doesn't actually reflect the real like thing in here. You can see like the zoom is set to 3 and it looks like this like thing down in here is going to be super zoomed out, but it's not. So I don't know why it does that. I think it's just some kind of weird quirk of the way like a sub viewport container in here works. I don't know what this like, is this just a 3 times smaller situation here? Like what even is this like difference, you know? Because I could divide the value here or something, like divide by 3, maybe that would help, but I don't even know. It's a little bit janky. Kind of? I mean, we can see them. We can see that it's obviously not the right position. I don't think that's it. I think I just need to subtract a certain value. Maybe I just need to say minus our own local position of the world, right? And that would do it. Let's see. Oh, I think that did actually do it. So I guess it's because since it's a child of the world, it also includes the offset of the world's position. So as long as I just subtract that from it, then we're good. So yeah, anyways, now we can place down the decorations. It's a mess in there, but oh, it's doing, that's interesting. I should be changing the decorations in here. Oh, I don't think it's actually doing it right because I'm stupid. I realized I didn't actually, when I create a decoration, I need to say decorations dot push back decoration. Duh. So we can actually like delete the decorations. All right, let's try this again. Okay, ads are over. Sorry about that. But yeah, I saw that same post, like how there's no like, there's not really any real cap to like the market as an indie developer. What was that on? Was that on X? I don't know. I've been unfortunately using X again because for marketing. But yeah, it's a pretty good point to make, though, honestly. Like, you know, it does make sense. Like, there is no reason you can't just go back to an older game and start marketing and updating it again, right? So that is kind of interesting. I think it's yet kind of another reason to have a lot of games in the backlog, because like, what if a certain genre or something kind of like peaks in popularity, you know? That seems like it would be a good sort of opportunity to like remarket a game you've already made. Always figure players just don't want things past X date, but of course there are tons of people who just pick up a game if it looks fun. Yeah, I mean, like, you look at a game like Terraria. Terraria is so old, but it's still pretty popular. I mean, Terraria is from 2011, which is insane. So like, definitely, I think it's feasible. I think the big thing is making sure that you update every once in a while. I mean, obviously, if you go like 10 years without anything, that would probably push people away. But Terraria has been doing content updates through the years. I think that's been a big driver, and it's like relevancy. Yeah, updating is important. Just for keeping your game still running in some cases. Yeah, I don't think it has to be anything insane. I mean, honestly, some of the recent Terraria updates, they're really cool, but they're definitely smaller than they used to be in previous times. But that's fine, honestly. It feels like that's probably the way to go anyways. I wouldn't want the game to drastically change at this point, right? So, yeah. So we got I want to say, oops. Decorations at I.Q3. Then also say decorations.remove at I. So hopefully this works. Let's try it again. Yeah, I mean, imagine updating Starground for the next 10 years. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Yeah, I would get to a point where it's just so uber specific, probably. There we go. So now we can have decorations specific to each tank. I can just like put in some stuff, like over here, and like a guy right there. Put in like a guy over there. And there we go. So it looks like the decoration depth ordering will kind of be in order of, I think I need to change it in order of their like Y. I need to like enable Y sorting. So let's enable Y sort, so it's a little more consistent, I think. Now the other things, I want to make sure the fish are always above everything. I think it's already set up that way, but just to make sure. Yeah, I could definitely see like Starground being one of those kinds of things where I come back and do like a content update every now and then, right? Because I think it's just almost in the same way Terraria is, like a very open sandboxy kind of thing. I think it really makes it a lot easier to update a game, because I can always just add in more enemies and content and items, right? So I need to update that command, but I'll give you the real link as to what we're working on now, since I actually have the Steam page live. Here we go. Yeah, I need to fix that. I think I need to get something set up where, like, if the title includes the word lured in, it changes the commands to be for lured in instead of Starground. I think that's what I'm going to do. Just so it's automated and I don't have to think about it. But yeah, store page is live. Feel free to wishlist. Yeah, this is lured in. I know there's no description there yet, but it's an idle fishing game. Get the trailer going. Anyways, so what is the ordering of fish? They're not really set to anything higher, so I think I'm gonna make it so they're always above everything. So back in the tank menu, on fish ID, tank world, I'm gonna say fish.z index is equal to like 2 or something. Just want to make sure they stay above the decorations, because otherwise I don't want fish to hide behind things. I mean, theoretically they could and it'd be fine probably, but I don't want your fish to be like invisible. Yeah, I think this works. I might even like add another ability to scale the size of the decoration too. Just like if you use your scroll wheel, it changes the size of it, right? That'd be kind of nice, just for a little bit more control over that. But this is working. I just need to keep refining it now. Yeah, I can like add a little bush over in the corner. I kind of like being able to add decorations like anywhere, because I could like do one up here, right, and have like a little like foreground vibe or whatever. Not really a bad thing, I think. Obviously, we only have 2 decorations right now, so it looks the same. But we're going to go through and change that. So now what I want to do is make it so we can click on decorations and like remove them and stuff. Kind of the same way how we select the fish in the info panel. So it should be pretty easy. I'm just going to check for what we're selecting now. So in tank cursor, now what we're going to do is, yeah, if decoration ID. So in here, if body is a tank fish, or body is a decoration now. And I'm not going to say new fish anymore and stuff like this, because it just doesn't make sense. So we're going to rename this to new object. And then we set the outline. I guess I'll have to do, might only do that if it's a fish. Just for now. Or if new object is tank fish. All right, so that basically does that now. Then last hover shouldn't be tank fish either. Yeah, that scuba guy, yeah, that'd be fun. I could totally add him in. Yeah, I mean, there's a billion different decorations we could add in. I want to do like rocks. We could do like, it'd be fun to do, you know, some kind of knockoff stuff, like maybe like a SpongeBob guy or something. There's always like those classic SpongeBob fish tank decorations, you know. I mean, I have them in real life, like these guys. Right, they're pretty fire. Imagine doing like an official, like these ones. An official partnership with SpongeBob. Be pretty wild. All right, so this should all be good, I hope. So now when we say selected fish on here, we're gonna change some stuff. Oops, why did I go into this menu? I need to make sure I'm not statically typing that now, because it's like different. Fish objects, active decoration. We should be good here. This pineapple house is the one I always think of. Yeah, same. All right, so in our info panel, we do all the same stuff. We convert to that, but a couple things we're probably going to change in terms of the information that's displayed here. Also, we're going to get rid of this plant 1 and plant 2 thing now. So let's see now. What do we want to do here? Lined up points. Where do we actually set the text? I guess that's in here, selected fish. Only if selected fish is tank fish. Might have to make these two inherit from a shared object, just so it's like, you know, easier. So this should all be good. This is going to set a bunch of stuff in here. Now I don't have stuff like this, though, like fish data. So we're going to only do if selected fish is a tank fish. do that one, otherwise do a different one. So if it is not a fish and a decoration instead, I'm just gonna do this and say decoration just for now. To make sure that it's all working. Let's see what happens. Ooh. Okay. And I realized I didn't actually set collision on the decorations, so fix that. Basically, we'll just give it the same collision as fish. So they themselves are a character body, and they have a collision shape set to layer 3. So we're going to do the same thing on the decoration. So decoration, we're going to change into a static body. Give them a collision shape. Set the collision shape to 3 here. Layer 3. We'll give it a shape for now. We'll have to figure out how we want to do like the selection area, but we'll just do this for a minute. Now this is just going to extend static body 2D, and here we say we need to add a sprite also now. And say sprite 2D dot texture is equal to this. Okay. So let's see if this works. Hopefully it doesn't crash. It crashed. Invalid access property key selected. Ah. This is why I need to have like a parent class for both of these. I'm gonna say extends tank object. So I might have to make this a character body, which is fine. It'll just be frozen. It doesn't really mean anything. So motion mode is sure floating. I think I can just disable the physics or whatever on this. Disable mode. I'm just gonna say, how do I disable the physics? Oh, it's because it's like not a character body. Hold on. Disconnect. Disable mode. Is that my disable mode? Make static. How does disable mode work? Oh, when the process... Is it when it's set to disabled? Okay, that's not really what I want. Can I just make it not do physics? I'm pretty sure there's a way. If I go into physics body 2D, can I just like disable it? I just don't want it to move around. I mean, it's not going to matter because it doesn't like have a... It's not going to actually collide with anything, but I guess it'll be okay. I don't even know if the tank fish even needs to be a character body, honestly, now that I think about it. I do velocity stuff, but like, I don't need to do velocity stuff because I don't actually use like collision with the fish, if that makes sense. So I might change that later on, but it's fine for now. So let's change that to tank object. We'll create a new script. Tank object. It's class name. Oops. Tank object extends character body 2D. And this is just gonna have some of the basic like variables and stuff that we need, like var selected, you know, var hovered. Just so we can make all this universal. It's going to complain here. There we go. I don't know if we need to call ready yet. So let's see in here what we actually need. So yeah, really we just have selected. That's like actually the only thing. There are a couple like limits and stuff though that we'll work on and kind of get integrated in probably. Yeah, this is fine for now. I just want to have like a standard class for this. So this will extend tank object. So now I get rid of selected right there. All right, let's go try this again. Yeah, parent class OP, they're pretty nice. I do like inheritance, makes things easy. So now it said set outline. This is inside of tank cursor. I'll say if last hover is tank fish. Yeah, so now I can select decorations. And return to inventory is obviously gonna break it, but it's fine. I'm gonna change selected fish now to selected object. I'm gonna statically type this now of tank object. Then just replace all our instances of selected fish. Just make it a little bit more obvious what I'm actually referencing, you know? I guess I'm missing one over here. Object. Okay. All right, so final thing in here now is when we press that button, instead of just like doing this stuff, we're gonna say if selected object, can't type, is tankfish. Do a couple specific things. We'll say erase that, add fish. Otherwise, we want to do this, which is global dot remove tank decoration. Tank ID, selected object dot decoration ID, and selected object dot global position plus tank world dot position. Hopefully that'll work. So if I hit return to inventory, you can see that decoration goes away now. Oh, that's like the built-in one, so we gotta get rid of that guy. We'll be doing that. Yeah, this is working. I just need a way to... I want to be able to return decorations, but then also later on do like, make it so you can kind of customize them a little bit too. I don't know why I can't select this guy. I think we're just going to restart the game and kind of reset here. So like with the fish, then I guess we'll also do the shader, I suppose. On sprite, we've got the outline shader. I do want to do the like wavy wind stuff, so I'm going to try and do that also. I can make a new version of the shader, just like kind of work it into the script here to do a wind shader as well. So now everywhere where I said if it is tank fish or whatever, we're gonna get rid of that now. Yeah, because outlines do make it so much easier to really see what I'm actually selecting, right? Now, like set outline and stuff is another function I can move up into the shared class. I think that's probably mostly everything. I'm gonna search for outline. Make sure I got them all. Set outline. Yeah, so this is inside of tankfish. We're gonna copy set outline now and move that up into tank object. Is there really anything else in here I'd like to... Tank object. Oh, we don't have sprite. Do that. It's going to be a type of sprite 2D. Now I can reference sprite. Then inside of here, now I can get rid of that too. Actually, for this one, it's a line 2D. So I'm just going to override it. Well, I can just rename this if we go to fish. Do that. I don't even need to bother with that. Is there anything in here that where I'm using sprite specifically? Nope. So we're good there. Back inside a tank object. Unless it's not statically typed this. All right. Watch this, guys. The outlining should work now, hopefully. Yes. So now you can see I can actually select our decorations back there. Now obviously like the hitboxes on these are really weird. I'm going to be changing that. But it works for now. Now you can just go through here and get rid of all this stuff that you don't want. I want to make it so you can also like move them around and stuff like that probably. So I want to get rid of these two now that are kind of there by default. So if we go into our tank menu, just delete those guys. And they do have materials on here. This is the wind sway shader that we have, so it'll be fine. And it seems like for some reason deleting that decoration is not actually like updating it. I'm not sure what's wrong there. You can see I say remove tank decoration. I mean, it should work actually. Because it's going to call decorations changed. So I don't even need to say selected object delete here, right? Because it should just immediately update if it did actually remove the thing. Let's check this. I don't know why this wouldn't be working. Oh, I probably have to say minus the world position or whatever. We finally got tank 2. Let's go. I've been waiting eons for this track. Took so long. So if I hit return now, yeah, it's still not actually deleting it. So let's print out what the position it's returning is. Because it's saying if ID is that. I'm just going to kind of do this so I can see which one is the culprit. See if that does anything. Okay, so it says there's 7 of those. That makes sense. Yes, it still just says full position. Maybe what I should do is instead of, I think I could just give it a, whenever I create the decoration, give it a reference to its original like data entry. That way I can just see if it's the same dictionary, and then if it is, I know specifically which one it is. That's probably the best way to do it. So when I create our decoration, I'm now going to say decoration.data is equal to decoration data, or yeah, just that. Now actually I don't even need to bother with like, I mean, I'll set the position, but yeah, this should work. Dictionary. And this doesn't really matter anymore. So now I'm going to say, also there's a tank object, so I can say sprite. And I'm also going to say, actually, no, that's it. Oh, I will say decoration ID is equal to data.id. All right, so now when we remove this, it should be really easy. We don't even have to check ID or anything. We literally just say, boom, if decoration.data is equal to let's see, I pass in all that stuff. Instead, I'm just going to pass in now data. Well, I guess I need to know a couple things here, like tank ID. But that should be it. I'm going to specify decoration data. Okay, so now over here again in tank menu, when I say this, I don't care about position anymore. I just pass in that and I say data on that. Hopefully this will just like be like, yes, this is the same dictionary that I referenced here to create this object. So go ahead and remove it. So if I hit remove, oh, invalid access to key data. Oh, I just had to say if that. Yeah, let's try that again. So watch this. Whoa, look at that. Yeah, so now basically I'm kind of using that initial data dictionary as basically like a unique identifier, which works. Because since it's a single player game, it doesn't matter. I'm not syncing it on multiplayer. And also, since it's like a static reference, a dictionary, even if I change that dictionary, it still should like update in our decorations list. So should be okay. But anyways, now I can plop down whatever I want in here. And yeah, I do really want to be able to scale these objects. That would be quite nice, honestly. I think I'm going to make it so when I click on a decoration here, it gives me a couple sliders so I can like, you know, change it. Just seems like it would be quite nice. Couple other things I don't want to do right here is make it so the return text over here is equal to return to inventory for a fish, but then for the decoration, delete. Let's try this. Yes, I can delete that now, return that. Yes, sir. Okay. Next thing. Let's kind of do the font stuff like we did before. Also, now that I'm like referencing this stuff multiple times, I'm probably going to change this. So I don't care about weight. I don't care about income. But I do want the name. God, stop. And just to make it easy, I might have fish data. I think I'm going to change what's inside of decoration to be entry, right? Then back inside of global. And then I want to have another that's called decoration data. And that's just going to be like a different thing. I'm going to call this like data from the table, right? Decoration ID. Replace this with decoration data. Boom. Okay. Don't say var on that. Go back into global. So instead of saying decoration data, or no, actually it doesn't even matter there. But let's go into here. When I delete it, I'm not going to say data anymore. I'm going to say entry. All right. Then back into here for our stuff that gets displayed, I'm going to say selected object dot decoration data dot name. I can actually show that off now. Get rid of all the extra stuff here I don't care about. Boom, just like that. Now, yeah, I want to get some better references to this stuff, so I'm going to say var button and var text. And I might possibly kind of break this up into its own script. We'll see. I'm going to replace all this garbage. I should be okay to say text, I think. Okay. A little bit easier to see. So it should show the name in like the large font, like the fish does. Oh yeah, I was doing data. I had to say entry. Now I'm going to call this, instead of decoration data, decoration entry, just to be consistent. I think that's what I have for Stargrounder. That's the naming convention I used, right? I do data for like the table, data table, and then entry for like the, yeah, create item entry. I think that's right. Doesn't really matter that much, but there you go. So now it shows Fireleaf, delete. Pretty good. So I do have to modify our decoration sprites a little bit just so that they don't extend the edges, because otherwise then the outline thing will get messed up. Ignore my Starground guy. Let's go into Lurden. Open up these two guys in here. And we're just gonna make some light tweaks. I mean, honestly, I could just expand the canvas. That's all I really need to do. I do like that resolution, but it's fine. Like, boom, there we go. Save that guy. I'm also gonna like call these now by what they are. So I'm gonna call this decoration seagrass. Get rid of this original one here. Oops. Well, I guess I'll just rename it. It's fine. Then this guy, do the same. 71, 62, boom, save it. Okay. Then now inside of here, we're gonna go, or it's like called plant, I think. Fish take plant, rename to decoration tank seagrass. And this is decoration tank fireleaf. I don't think that's a real thing, but I don't even know. What is fireleaf? Nothing. What is that plant called, though? I know it's like a thing. It's like, It's not these guys, but like these or whatever. Super red. Yeah, I guess this is what I sort of modeled it off of. So we could rename it and just call it what it actually is. And then the seagrass, is that what that is? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's basically what that is. I mean, there is like kelp, but kelp's a little different. It's got more like defined leaves or whatever. I mean, it's kind of like kelp, but kelp has like a big stem. Right? I imagine kelp more like this, where it's got like a stem, the leaves stemming from the stem. What? Insane, impossible. So I'm just gonna call it seagrass. And then we got the super red. So let's rename that again. Super red. And this one is seagrass. I'll say, yep. Checks out. Okay. So we're good there. Yeah, I mean, and then the other thing I want to do is just a couple more things. Stuff like sprite offset, right? Is important. Because I need to know kind of like the origin point of the asset. So for the seagrass, it's probably going to be quite like large. I mean, we'll probably be setting it to something like 20 or more, 40. And then the super red, maybe not quite as much, but still like a decent amount. So let's get that integrated so we can figure out the origin point. So back into here, when I first select that object now, right here, I also want to say sprite2d.offset is equal to our sprite offset that we get. Also really quick, I'm going to set a default here. Boom. Okay. Let's see now. What did I just do? I did like Shift W or something? I did something weird. So when I place it down, that'll work there. But then also I need to know like, or when I actually do the actual placement of the decoration, I need to do that as well. So right here where I say decoration, goal position, all that stuff. Actually, we just do that inside of decoration. I'm going to say sprite offset. I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is called offset. Like that. Let's try it out. Because the position will always stay consistent. If I change like the height of the sprite or something, then I know it's not going to be all messed up. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. So I did it inverse. It's not a big deal. But actually, I might have almost done it perfect. Just the wrong value. Let's see what it looks like. Nice. Okay. Pretty close. Needs to be shifted up just ever so slightly. Talking like 38. And then also I want to change the sprite so it's kind of centered around 0. Just for consistency. It's 34, so half 34 is 18. So it should really go to right here. Let's go pixel art again. Right here. So we're just going to kind of make it work. You know what? This is basically kelp. I realized I didn't do seagrass. God dang it. Well, it's not a big deal. I can just rename it again. I was looking, I was like, wait a minute. These are leaves stemming from it, you know? Yeah, seagrass has a different vibe. I mean, kelp is like this, where it's got like, right, this is kelp in my eyes. But seagrass is like literally grass. Image is busy, what? So let's go get the seagrass. Rename it to kelp. Okay. But keep all the other stuff. Now, I don't know what the description for kelp would be, but something. And we'll add another one for seagrass. Kelp. What is a kelp pun? Kelp? Welp? I don't know. These are always so stupid. I don't think anyone even cares, but please help me. Okay. So now we're gonna draw our little seagrass guy. It's gonna be smaller than this one. So seagrass is, I mean, usually in like bunches. Yeah, kelp is actually not a plant, right? Or is algae a plant? Algae's a plant. Yeah. I don't know why I had a brain bleed there for a minute. Wait. They're not actually plants. Yeah, aren't they technically just like single-celled organisms? They're not really like the same vibe. I don't even know. No, it's like they're just photosynthetic organisms. Because they don't have like roots or anything like that. So like, it's weird to think about, but I don't think they're really like a plant. I mean, I guess there's different types of algae, because I know there's like cyanobacteria ones. The blue-green algae. Very interesting. Yeah, algae is not really like a real term. It's just like a thing that we decided to use. Okay. Anyways, let's do some seagrass. So it looks pretty straightforward. It's just like a thing with some blobs. We'll probably just do something kind of like this. I don't want the decorations to be like too huge or whatever, so it's difficult to decorate. But just like a little sprig of some stuff, you know? It's basically all we really need. This is a cheap, small decoration. Something kind of along these lines. I think basically just this. I mean, I can do a little bit of stuff in here. But yeah, this is practically what I want. Sure. Let's crop it. I don't know where the center is. I guess it's right there. That guy. Okay. Fish. Tank. Plant. Or no. Decoration. Tank. Seagrass. Boom. Boom, bada bing. Okay. So let's see what this looks like. I do want a mix of like large, big, kind of central decorations, then like smaller ones that sort of work as like, you know. Oh, the offset is redonkulous. I don't think we need much of an offset on this one, maybe like 12 or less. I mean, we can figure out what the offset really should be. So it should be basically 16. Let's do 15. Then the next thing I want to do is make it so we can do the wind shader as well. There we go. The offset's maybe even a little bit still too much. That's fine. I might also do a thing where like you can just place multiple, like it doesn't stop placing the decoration until you're done. You know what I mean? I think that would help a little bit. Let's do 13 instead. Yeah, let's do that. So when we're inside of the tank, we're gonna make it so clicking does not immediately get rid of it. So tank cursor. Right here, we don't immediately set that to null. I'm gonna have a new function here that's like function reset decoration. So it'll set the sprite to null and do all that stuff. So I'll do that if we right click. Click right. Then we say reset decoration. And I'm also going to change the way then that the payment stuff works here. Like I'm going to do right here, we say global dot UI dot money particles false. And also this is where we say global dot money minus equals the cost, right? So then what we're going to do for our decorations panel, we're going to kind of change this. That on by pressed, it doesn't do this stuff anymore. Now for subtracting the cost, I guess let's figure this out. Tank decoration, and we have the ID of the decoration, so we can potentially get the stuff. Let's do var decoration cost. Let's float. Then show decoration, we say decoration cost is equal to decoration data dot cost. That's basically it. I spelled that terrible. Okay. So now whenever we place one of them, that's where it actually like takes the money from us. So I can just select seagrass, like place a bunch of them in a row. So like, let's get rid of this one because it's like floating. So now I can just be like, yeah, that's much better. Yeah, I could really grass this place up if I wanted to. Yeah, I mean, you can go pretty crazy with it. I'll have to make sure that these are relatively performant, because I imagine, like, if you do, like, a lot of decorations, it might start to lag a little bit. We're still running at a really good FPS, so I'm not worried, but, you know, it's something to keep in mind. But yeah, this is looking pretty cool. I do like the vibes of this. I mean, the more decorations we add, the better. Eventually, I also want to do stuff like, oh, that's a funny thing. I need to make it if we change our tab, it, like, deselects our decoration as well. We have a couple stuff doing that already, I think, inside of here. Where is that? Changed right here? No. Tab changed. I say set selected fish to null. Whenever we do that, I also want to do let's grab our cursor. Say reset decoration. So now if I like have an active decoration and I get out of the menu or something, it should yeah, reset it. And likewise if I go into like a different tab. It is a little funny you can place stuff like out of the tank. That is something I kind of have to like fix. But yeah. But I like how this is looking. Yeah, and the depth ordering stuff is pretty neat, right? Because you can like layer stuff however you want. And I can select all these guys. The collision stuff is a little odd. It's like when I'm here, even though like I'm technically on the seagrass, I'm not. That makes sense. So we got to work that kind of stuff out. Just because of the way I do the selection right now. And it can be really hard to select some specific decorations sometimes. I have to like really be careful. Also, it is going to kind of take a million years to delete all these decorations. So I might have like another thing, like maybe some kind of eraser tool eventually. We'll see. Yeah, so we're going to get rid of this upgrade now, the tank decorations upgrade, because, well, it doesn't do anything. Let's do that. So let's go into upgrades. It's unfortunate, but maybe one day we'll, I don't know, reuse that icon or whatever. Boom, get out of here. Okay. Yeah, I would like to make this. Oh, it looks okay in there. That's just because it's tiny. Okay, how do we do our like wind shader now? So if we go into decoration, because I also kind of want to apply this too for the shop as well. So we have this material already attached to our main sprite. And we've got our wind shader. So we can kind of like merge these two together, I think. Although I think I'm going to use this simple one. This is like the one I use for Starground. Seems like it's just a little bit more reliable. Now, where do I put this? Because there's a vertex. It's just a vertex shader, actually, so it's pretty easy. I just do that, and then I've got all these different uniforms. So there we go. Pretty easy. And we have strength, so depending on like what we want, we can change that. So now I'm going to say sprite dot. And there's also offset, so we can do like some offset depending on the X position too. So we want to say sprite.material.set shader parameter. And I think I'm going to make these instance parameters. So let's do that. I think you just say instance uniform. So we're just going to call this like simpler stuff. Offset speed. And I'm not going to mess with those. I think these are actually just going to be like varying or constants even. All right. And that should work there. So now over here I can say set instance parameter. I have to get the thing here. I don't know what that function or where it is. Maybe that's instead of canvas item. Set instance shader parameter. Here it is. Well, might as well say that sprite at the very minimum is a canvas item. So now we can settle this stuff. So we can set the speed and strength. Then set it to decoration data dot wind speed. I'll call it sway because it's not wind. Then also strength. So now I should be able to set these, and since they're instance parameters, they'll like stay unique to each other. Which actually, now that I think about it, why don't I set on to an instance parameter so that here I don't have to set this to be local anymore. I might be a freaking genius, guys. Yeah, because now I think it's better because then I don't have to duplicate shaders. There's no reason to. I'm not really changing the source color or anything very often, so I don't think it matters. So back into the fish now. Tank fish. Don't make this local anymore. Let's try it out. It might cause some issues with like the research and ascension because I think those are not... Yeah. Oh, well these, I just have to define these really quick. Sway speed is 0 by default, and sway strength. Let's just say they're both 0, and then sway speed is 1. So for sway strength on the seagrass, we'll set that to like a little bit. I don't really know like what this value is going to be. Like, is 1 good or is 0.1 good? So we're going to just kind of put it in and see what happens. That doesn't look too bad. So the thing I want to do now is make their initial offset change depending on like their, you know, whatever you call it, you know. You know what I'm talking about. Their initial position. Offset is another instance parameter, so it's really easy to do. You got banned from season stream? What happened? What did you do? Let's say global position.x, and I can kind of divide that depending on how strong we want the effect to be, but let's see what this looks like. Might be a little bit too much. I'm gonna really up the strength just temporarily so I can see kind of what it looks like better. Just reload the game. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's a little bit random. So we're going to divide that by a lot. Like let's start by 10. There, you kind of see the wave pattern emerging a little bit now. Let's do even more, maybe like 100. Said that his mic was bad and he fixed it. And so I said it would be better if I couldn't hear you as a joke. Oh man. Yeah, that's crazy. There we go. Look at that swaying. So like you can see like they do kind of generally follow the same sort of pattern, but like it's a little tiny bit different depending on their position. I do like how that looks. I might decrease the effect just a little bit, like 50. So they have a little bit more independence from each other. This is what it looks like now. I think that looks pretty good. You can see like the swaying happening here. And it's crazy that 5 times strength isn't even like bad. So obviously we need to up the strength a lot more. I guess we only had 0.1 on this, right? Oh no, we had like 0.5. So strength, it seems, is like something that can get upped quite a bit. So for seagrass, I'm gonna set this to like 3. Because I think it should be swaying quite a bit. Kelp, I'm gonna set the sway strength a little less, 2. And super red will be like 1. So let's see what this looks like. We can set different speeds on these and stuff if we want. Yellow? What happened here? Is it because I made it an int? I don't think that should matter. Sway strength. Oh, is it because the default speed or whatever was 0? No. Am I spelling it wrong? No. Not sure what's going on there. Let's restart the whole game. Burns Batcave will come in. There we go. Look at all that movement. Yeah, I really wish I could somehow get the sub viewport like anti-aliasing, but I just don't know how. Because I like enabling anti-aliasing over here doesn't actually make it anti-alias, unfortunately. I can go back into it. You can see it just doesn't do anything. We still get that kind of like banding or whatever it is. Especially you can notice it like when a fish is idle. So I don't know if there is a way for me to fix that at all. There is like oversampling, but I'm pretty sure that's only for text. So it doesn't do anything. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's actually a way to do it. It's too bad. I would like to. I mean, I can change like the filtering mode and then it's smooth, but obviously that looks terrible. So I can do like nearest mid mapping. I don't think that changes anything. I mean, I just think it's a little ugly. I wish I could. What is variable rate shading? What even is this? Use the texture. That's for like not 2D. This is scaling for 3D. HDR 2D. Changes everything. Debug draw. It's actually kind of interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Occlusion culling, debanding. But that's for like debanding colors, so it doesn't do anything in this case. There is AAA, but that's I think only for 3D. Yeah, even setting my anti-aliasing really high, it doesn't do anything. I'm pretty sure I have anti-aliasing enabled in the main project, because maybe that's kind of what's happening here, is it's like I need it in both for it to work. Where is it? Anti-aliasing. Maybe that's the problem, like if I up it in there as well, and set it like that, and set it over there on the right, maybe it needs both. Let's see what happens. I don't think anti-aliasing is doing anything though, because it only like anti-aliases very specific things. I guess it just doesn't bother anti-aliasing this. I just don't like all the lines. You can like see the... Yeah, I really wish it was anti-aliasing those. So we could do like half transparency pixels. There is a way that I could do that. I could just upscale all these sprites a bunch. But that's not good. Make a shader. I'm not sure if it's a shader. I don't think I can do that with a shader. The problem is it's like the viewport is the issue, right? Because you can see like when I rotate a node or whatever. Here, yeah, let's just rotate this. Go to here. That doesn't have rotation. With the background, if I rotate it, you can see that it's like, you know, messed up. So there's just no way to anti-alias that, I guess. I don't know. Camera zoom 1 scale, everything double size. I mean, easier said than done though. I think with the cheese time. It's a lot of work, because then every time I edit a sprite, I have to scale it back down and then up again. The only way I'd do it if it was like dynamic, but yeah, I don't know. Seems like it's kind of tricky. I'm not sure yet. It's not terrible though. I mean, it's annoying, but it's probably mostly okay. And there's like TAA, but that doesn't really do anything. Now it's throwing 5,000 errors. I don't know what I did. Draw list bind uniform. Okay. Yeah, I just wish I knew a way to fix that. You know, I mean, maybe it's like something in the camera. I really doubt it, but like a position smoothing. No, there's nothing in there. It could just be the way that maybe the UI doesn't do UI scaling, and that's the reason this sub viewport container doesn't like work or whatever. I don't know. Maybe if I did like, can I like filter the, that's the mouse filter. See, there's not really any filtering settings on UI nodes, and I wonder if that's like part of the issue. Unless I change this one to linear. That kind of, a little bit, almost does it, but it didn't actually do it. Like, it just kind of blurred the edges ever so slightly. Like, it is anti-aliasing it, but it's not anti-aliasing like the positioning of these sprites, I think. Which is too bad. But it's interesting though that does kind of have a difference here. Yeah. Texture repeat. Well, I'm gonna have to keep looking into this, see if there's a solution, but as far as I know, I don't think there's any way to fix that. But maybe there is. One day. Oh. Go away. Yeah, we're fine for now. Yeah, I do want to fix how we do like the selection stuff. It just seems very jank right now. What I want to do is always prioritize selecting a fish if we're in that selection area. So let's go into our tank cursor. So we're going to kind of loop through everything. And instead of just immediately getting the first one, yeah, we're going to loop through it all. So if it's tank fish or decoration, well, let's just always do this one first or whatever, like last. So we do this. If it's a decoration, body's not last hover. New object is that. I'll for this guy. And then something I want to do on this is if we have multiple of them, I want to say var last y is equal to minus, so like lowest priority or whatever. So now what I want to say is body is not last hover if body.last y is greater than last y, or if body.global position.y. So if we have a node that kind of has the same priority or whatever, then it'll always do that one for like primarily. I think that should work, because then if we get one that's greater right off the bat, it's not going to override it. So this will always focus on the nodes that are in front. So let's see what this is like. Yeah, that just feels much more like snappy, I think. Now it's not selecting the fish though for some reason, which is a little weird. Actually, I think it's because the fish, I need to set his, I'm just gonna say if it's a fish, then I don't even care about the like thing, the Y sorting. I just always immediately set it to the new fish. A little quirky though. It seems like it's still selecting grass even though I'm like on top of the fish, which is odd. Because right, it should be saying like always choose the fish right here. It's going to look through all the overlapping bodies. Let's make sure that there is no limit on the number. So if body is not last hover, it should work. I guess in the case of it being a fish that we select, I'll just break immediately, so it like always chooses that one as priority, right? I guess that works. Can be a little tricky to select things in the background. I'm gonna make it so the scale of our like collision shapes kind of scale. Also, now the next thing that I think will really help make selection just a little bit easier is make it so the collision shape also gets like offset. So I'm gonna grab that, say position is equal to decoration data dot sprite offset. So if our sprite, for example, let's say that we have the seagrass and the offset is set to like this, right? Like minus 12. Our collision shape is also going to go up minus 12 to kind of stay in the center of our sprite. Also, if we set this to like something that we know reliably, like 8, then we can change the scale of this collision shape depending on the scale of our sprite. So now next thing is I can say, I'm going to grab the sprite here. Say texture is that. Then also var text size is equal to texture.getSize. Or what is it, like get image.get size or whatever? And this should be a texture 2D. So that's going to return a vector 2. I think a vector 2i, right? Yep. Now, I can say collision shape dot size is equal to its size times texture size divided by vector 2 8.0 8.0. Or literally I could just, I guess it is a pixel value, so I just say it's equal to texture size. That's all I need to do. So that should make the bounding box of our collision very specific now. I might make it so a couple decorations, or like make it so it's just ever so slightly smaller than the actual sprite. Just so it's a little bit, it doesn't like take selection away from other things too much. Now it's relatively easy to select these things, so I think it'll work. So we're gonna do minus vector 2 just a little bit. Actually, we'll just say minus texture size divided by 16 or something. So if our texture size is like 32, that should work. Might do a little less like that. Oh yeah, this is a, I have to cast it as a vector 2. I'll also cast this one as a vector 2. Let's try this. Better. I mean, obviously it's really difficult to select things when you have like a billion seagrass everywhere. But like, I think it's fine. So I can select this kelp if I want, or this guy, you know. So I think it's okay. And the nice thing is that the fish always like take #1 selection priority, so it's not like you're gonna be like, I can't select my fish to move them back, you know. It'll just be easy, like, select the fish, move them. So I think it should be okay. So yeah, I think this system works for the most part. There's a couple things I still want to change, like maybe have a way to denote whether like a decoration can be on the floor or not, right? Because it is a little weird seeing people put like seagrass just floating up in the air. Like, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you want to be able to do stuff like that? Like, just randomly put this up in the air? I think it's a little, like, unintuitive why the game lets you do that. Yeah, also, I didn't name this the right thing. Where's my edited... Oh, shoot. Forgot to save this before I did all this stuff. It's fine, it's fine. We can recover. Let's resave this as kelp. I just wanted to get this centered. I could see, boom, there we go. Depends on how artsy you want to let people be, yeah. It's hard to say, because I could definitely see, like, it could potentially be kind of cool to, like, put some stuff up in the corners, like a little bit of, like, a foreground element, right? Or, like, doing even, like, I don't know, some, like, kelp kind of on the side like that. But I guess I worry the impression that stuff like that gives off, like, oh, this is like a bug in the game, I can just place anything anywhere. So I'm not sure. I'll have to see. I guess I'll leave it as it is now maybe and just see what people think about it. But I don't know, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know, I might get it set up so there's like a zone. I'm not going to do that right this moment, but maybe I'll do that tonight or something. Also, I need to fix the offset of the super red. It's like just a little bit too much. When it's released, we're probably aiming for, I'm thinking like sometime after either July or soon after July, basically after the next fest in summer. So that's the plan. Yeah, we'll probably have some play testing stuff going on a lot earlier. Also, obviously a demo. I think we're aiming for a demo on Steam like May. Just a little bit before all the next fest stuff starts, so really not too far away. We're getting there. But yeah, it's coming along. Let's fix the offset here really quick. The super red. Let's knock that down to like 24 maybe. Might still be too much. Let's see. Yeah, I still got a couple things I want to get added into the game. I want to do like the chef guy that shows up and gives you different quests. I want to do like a more of an expanded tutorial and stuff like that. Give me your spiel. Yeah, well, welcome in. We're this is Lured In. It's a idle fishing game. You can travel to different regions, collect a bunch of fish, bring them back to your aquarium and make money. Well, yeah, I'm a game developer. I make games. We usually work on Starground, but I've been just sort of messing with some other side projects. This is Starground. It's already out on Steam in early access. We'll definitely be working on Starground more, but I just wanted to not take a break from Starground, but like expand my horizons a little bit, work on some other things too. So that's why we're working on this. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. But yeah, with this game, you can like, now I have this fish in here. I can select him, put him into my tank, and he's in here. He makes me passive money. There's different upgrades you can buy in here. Research, marketing. Then you can also go research things like marketing and equipment. And new zones you can travel to. Ascension is another thing that we've got going on now. So yeah, you can like travel to the river. This is a different zone. With different fish. More expensive fish. More valuable fish. Blended donut with the ball animation? Yeah. I did a donut speed run just to see how fast I could do it. I think my time ended up being like I think it was somewhere in the range of like 2 minutes or something. I was trying to like get it down to a science of like how fast can I input these keys, right? So that was weird. Did that say that my... Oh no, my weight limit's 3. I thought it was 5 for a minute. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, let's add this fish into here. Now he's swimming around in here. Pretty epic. I like how these decorations are coming along. As I think the more I add in, the better. Obviously, these are all like, you know, very simple right now. They're all just plants. And decorations will be fun with this. It's really easy for me to do them. I mean, all I have to do is just draw it, so it's not much more code that goes into it or anything. Should also be really easy for modding eventually for people to add in decorations. Like the big fishy swimming animation? Yeah. Yeah, the way I do the swimming is actually just like procedural. I don't actually like animate all of the fish individually. They're essentially, if I go into their like scene, they're just like a line in here. You can't really see them in here because there's no points, but I'm just kind of manipulating this line and I'm mapping a texture to it. It's really easy to do and just like kind of change the up and down the faster they move. It's honestly a lot easier to do it that way than hand animating, because hand animating would take forever. It's too much work. Yeah, one of the big things with this game is trying to make things easy for myself. And it's not even only for myself too. I mean, really, it'll make modding a lot easier too. So I think it's just a good thing in general. Simplify. Yeah, let's I think I might modify the seagrass sprite a little bit to be kind of like a wider area. Just because I can imagine people are going to want to put down a bunch of seagrass, so it's kind of a little annoying when it's just one little sprig. So let's go ahead and do resize canvas. It's up until like 32 wide. And we're just going to kind of add in a couple more sprigs in here. Kind of like do some in the background, you know? Not too background. Yeah, kind of like that, and then do maybe this color. Oops. Why is it so... Oh, the threshold's funny. Maybe I'll just do this, that, and then for these guys, we'll go like that. That's probably the play here. So now with that, the seagrass should be just a little denser. If we watch it, it'll update in here. Yeah. But I think that's going to be better. I'm going to delete all this seagrass now. Yeah, I do need to figure out some kind of like way of making it easier to delete things. Obviously, I placed down like 5,000 decorations. It's going to take a while. I think something that might be nice is like a button somewhere in the tank settings to just clear old decorations. I feel like that would actually kind of solve a lot of these issues. Seeing the same thing, maybe even having a different decoration that's a patch of them. Yeah, we could do multiple, like seagrass clump versus individual seagrass or something. Wouldn't be completely opposed. Yeah, delete mode would probably be good. I'm thinking of having like maybe like a little brush tool or something for deleting decorations. Just so you can kind of go in here and hold left click and delete everything. If you really just want to clear out everything. Because this is a little time consuming, or even a keybind, just like make it so I can hit delete on the keyboard and it deletes it. That would actually help a lot. So I'm going to add that. Delete. Hit delete on the keyboard. So now I'm going to make it, if we're inside a tank menu and we hit delete and we have something selected, it will return it. So let's see. Tank menu. What happens when we do press return? This just runs on... Oops. On return pressed. So we'll just call that if we hit the key. So I'm just going to say if selected object is a decoration, then we say if input.is action just pressed, delete, call this function. I did to restart for that to apply. Obviously, it's not the final fix, but at least it just makes it significantly faster because I can just do this now. Delete it way faster. Yeah, let's clear out all this. I want to just get a fresh slate here. I want to see what it's like decorating with the larger... Yeah, this is better definitely as like a patch because I can fill in areas like this, like that, with like only 4 decorations instead of like 500. So that should work. You can put in some super reds, some kelp. Yeah, this works pretty well. And I'd love to do like the little diver guy like we have in the art. I mean, there's really unlimited decorations we could end up doing. I don't really see any practical limit, so. And then the other thing that I want to work on is making it so you can choose the type of like soil or whatever you have, like the gravel, and also the background image of your tank. Those are kind of the next 2 things. So we'll get working on those. There was a little bit of confusion about the lines on the tank. It's supposed to be like shiny marks, I think, but I could see how it's a little confusing. So I'm probably going to open this up and change this just so that it's like... What? Oh. Remove that layer. Yeah, let's do the line tool. That's like what it's for or something. I don't know. like that. So I think what I'm gonna do in order to do this is kind of separate the like sand down here from the background. So we're gonna select all this stuff. We're gonna copy it. It's gonna be in its own layer now. And this can be our like background sprite, right? So I guess this is how I want like the image formatted. Yeah, that like comes up the side. Yeah, this will be fine. What about the shadow? Like this shadow right in here? Or you're saying over in here? Yeah, that's something that we might have to kind of figure out. I think what I'm going to do is actually just attach that. Yeah, the reflection. Kind of like, yeah, just copy this stuff and include it in with the rest of it. Like this. So that this is its own layer and I can just like paste it on top. And this can be like this. So I might also just go through here and make this bright. Just, I don't think you're really going to see this stuff, but maybe for fun we add in like a floor type. This is nothing, you know, just empty. Then you just see the glass bottom of the tank. These guys, then we'll do another kind of darker color over here on the side. So select this. We'll do just pure black here. And then we'll drop the color here. Oh, it didn't work because it's wrong color. There we go. So that's what the empty tank would look like. I'm gonna drop that just a little bit because it kind of, you know, overlaps with the gravel or whatever. Just replace that like that. We should be fine. I mean, you won't even really ever see this. It's not anything, but just kind of like an internal reference from me for drawing new like floor types or whatever. So, but yeah, it looks like that. I think that works. So we can put whatever we want on the background here now. You're like, you know, do anything. I think some of the classics for aquariums are like the jungle, you know, with like all the plants and stuff. Yeah, I could see doing like ocean, you know. I think it'll really help because then if you want to get a specific kind of vibe for your aquarium, you don't have to like put all the decorations back there yourself. You can just pick a background that kind of fits with what you want, right? So you could do like a space background. That's insane. Yeah, rock background is pretty classic. Yeah, there's a whole bunch we could do. You could even do like some more stylized stuff, like just pure black, right? Dark mode aquarium if you wanted to. Yo, SpongeBob background. Is it illegal for me to make a background like this? I don't even know. I'm not sure. It's like a random thing. Yeah, definitely rocks. I'd like a dark mode version. You gotta, yeah, I know. I would love to. Maybe one this is brighter. Yeah, like I'd like to have a couple different just like color variations. Let's open up Chillquarium for a little bit of inspiration, because Chillquarium is good at the decoration aspect, right? I haven't opened this game in a million years, so I don't even remember the last time. I know there's like new fish classes now, I think. Oh my god, that was loud. Game by Ben Reber. Awesome. All right, so here we are. Yeah, I haven't been here for a long time. Sturgeons. The game is kind of lagging. Yeah, there's pelagic dudes now. So are pebbles the floor type? So really all they have in terms of like decorations is just color swaps for this stuff. I mean, rainbow is different, but yeah. Interesting. Yeah, they have like tank capacity upgrades. Then the decorations. These are probably so expensive. This one's 30 trillion. It's a search aquarium decor and saw a bonsai tree. Yeah, Zen Garden vibes would be cool. Definitely bonsai, yeah. See, if we put in a ship, what is the... So it looks like in... Yeah, in Chillquarium, there's like a... It limits you to only placing things on the sand. Which probably is like the play here. I would imagine. Why does my game keep lagging, bro? You place it and then it's there. And it does let you move it. You can also like flip them. I do want to do that. And unfortunately, this game doesn't actually let you scale decorations, so we're going to be doing that. I'm going to make it so you can like change the size of it. Got a sockeye salmon right here. But yeah. I do like Chillquarium, you know, but I don't know. Wow, look at all these guys. I don't like the aspect though of it not being a business simulator. I do really like being able to have customers and stuff. What are those suckerfish called to clean the tanks? Yeah, Plecostomus, Plecostomi, whatever the plural is. I used to have one. Unfortunately, he died of old age. But yeah, they're pretty epic. It would be kind of fun to have one. I do want more fish types. Like, I think one thing that, I mean, there are some interesting fish in Chillquarium, like you got shrimp and snail, but I would love to do like crabs and like, yeah, like starfish and guys that suck on the tank, like this guy. It would be kind of epic. I want to do more variation in terms of the kinds of aquatic life you can put in your tank. Because it doesn't all have to be fish. Obviously fish are the main thing, but like there's a lot of different kinds of sea creatures. I mean, you could even possibly do stuff that's alive, like, I don't know. I mean, you could do plants. I don't know about plants, but like clams. You could fish up a clam and put it in your tank and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, they're pretty fun to watch. You just eat up all the algae. Yeah, I could add one of these guys. It'd be pretty epic. Yeah, I probably will add in like a couple of sort of, you know, aquarium fish. Because like right now all the fish that we have are just like, you know, freshwater fish or whatever. But I definitely think like, because there's stuff like beta fish and you've got like mollies and all the classic tiny aquarium fish. So some of those I'll probably add into the game as well, just because you know it's iconic. You got like an angelfish. These ones are pretty epic. I'd love to have angelfish in the game. You always see these guys in aquariums. Yeah, eventually we'll get really crazy with it. I want to do like just insane fish. Like, I don't know, deep sea squid or something. Like big scary guys. It'd be pretty cool. But yeah. I want to do all sorts of different kinds of guys eventually. Oh yeah, these like glow squid. These guys are cool. And then someday we'll also go super crazy with it. Aquarium kind of just ends at like regular old real fish or whatever. But I want to go with like crazy stuff like void fish and like things from different dimensions, right? So what is chill mode? Oh yeah, it's just like makes it so it's... I do want to add a mode kind of like that into Lured In. Just basically a mode where I can like just full screen the tank and then just kind of put it wherever I want as like a little decoration on my browser or whatever. Or not browser, on my desktop. Yes, cap to 60. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I just have no motivation to play Chillquarium. It's fun and cool, but it, in my opinion, it becomes a little bit repetitive because it's just a infinite cycle of buy fish, sell fish. I mean, it feels like sometimes it's really impossible to like get the higher level packs. I can afford giants, like one pack of them, but yeah, it just gets a little annoying after a while. I don't even like know who I have in here. Even to the pumps and filters, yeah, that'd be kind of neat. I think I might potentially do some objects as actual upgrades, right? Because it's kind of like if you look at Fish Tycoon, they sort of have that a little bit. If we go into here, I'm trying to look for an image of their like shop screen. I don't know if it's gonna show it here. Here it is. Yeah, bubbles would be epic. I want to do like a a little like, you know, treasure chest that opens up with the bubbles. It's super low res. Don't worry about it. But they have like this row right here. This middle row is all like tank upgrades. So there's like a little oxygen meter and there's a like a filter and stuff. So I think it'd be cool to kind of have both just purely decorative upgrades, but a couple like that that actually like make your fish make more money. Possibly. But I don't know, we'll see. I mean, if it's too much trouble to implement a system like that, then it's really easy for me to just not do that. So, but it would be kind of fun. It gives you a sense of like completing the tank of like, yes, I've acquired all of the upgrades I need and now they're optimized, you know? Just kind of another path you can go down of optimization. So yeah, maybe we'll do that. We'll see. But anyways. Yeah, I need to do like filter stuff eventually. I do like this menu that Chillquarium has where it shows you like a big overview of everything. To be fair, capacity in Chillquarium's like a bit different because you have like a lot of fish in one aquarium because it's like a full screen. I mean, this is the whole game because you only really get 2 tanks, or I guess you get 4. But yeah, I'd want to do for Lured In something kind of like this. Also, we need like a collection menu like this so you know what fish you've actually gotten before. That would be nice. Apparently I got this guy. He makes me a lot of money. It's like a card. Pretty epic. You don't realize how laggy this game is until you play it again. It's weird. Interesting. Keep getting like lag spikes. Whatever. Anyways, back to it. So decorations are pretty much done, but I think I will make it so they're limited to from the bottom up to the top of the gravel. Or whatever you call this. I don't know what sea monkeys are. You should get those. Yeah, sea monkeys are like weird. They're very tiny organisms. What even are these? I think they're like a type of shrimp almost. But this is what they look like. They don't really look like monkeys. I used to have a tank of them, but I don't think I knew how to properly care for them. To be fair, I was like 5 years old, so I mean, you know. What are they? Yeah, they're a brine shrimp. So they're just very tiny shrimp. Yeah, single pixel, yeah. So hey, Steven, welcome in. Yo, we got the kobold waving. Let's go. How's it going? All right, let's work on limits for placement now. So a tank cursor, I'm just gonna clamp this position. I mean, that's really all I need to do. So we'll do right in here. After all the position stuff, we say global position here. I'm gonna say global position dot x equal to clamp F. Now we have to figure out like the limits on here. I don't know how much I want to do with that. How do I do it with like the regular camera, aquarium camera? Do I use, okay, I do limit min and max. We'll probably do that. Actually, this is a child of the world scene, so I could just clamp the regular position and not the global position. Just got back from work. How goes the fish tankering? It's going pretty good. I'm getting it set up so we can do like customizable decorations and stuff. I'll show you what we got going on in just a second. But it's going good. It's pretty much ready to go. Let's see, vector 2. I don't know what kind of limit we want to do, but we'll figure it out. Let's just start with like very tiny limits or something. Okay, so that should limit it. Now, let's figure out the real limits. So, I mean, we know the size of our background. So it's 207 by 108. So theoretically, we just say for the X, it's half of whatever 207 is, which is 103.5. So let's just say minus 104 to 104. And then for the vertical, we've got 108. So 54. And I think theoretically this should work, but let's see what actually happens. Can I give my fish small hats now? Don't have customization for the fish yet, but maybe one day. It would be kind of fun. And now, of course, the cursor's not actually working, so I think I need to figure out like what the position is when it's doing this stuff. So let's figure that out. So it's at like 314, 382. I mean, you'd think it'd be okay. Let's check if we go back in here, not goal position, but just regular position. Yeah, why is it? Let's see, because here it's at 0. Should be fine. It's definitely within the limits that I set. But maybe I'm just like doing it wrong. Let's go look at how aquarium camera limits are set. Oh, I see. That's why it's wrong. So we have to set this to the minimum of the X and the Y. Like this. Let's try that. And hopefully this will work. And then when it's in like the decoration mode, I'll just change the Y limit. So yeah, now this, we're not going to be selecting things like outside of the area or whatever. So that's good. And then if I pick up a decoration a place, you can see, oh, maybe it doesn't work. I should be clamping my cursor to right here, but it doesn't seem to work. Even though I am calling it after I call global position here. Oh, I forgot to re-comment in the line. A little bit silly. Let's make sure it's still working. Yeah, we're good. So now if I place down decoration, look at that. Boom, it clamps my cursor to the inside of the tank. So this will be good because I don't want people placing decorations outside of the tank. That's bad. And let's also make it so it kind of clamps my my vertical position a little bit too, I think. I'm gonna up the offset of our kelp. Or not the kelp. I got those two backwards. The seagrass. Just let's set it like 10. All right. So next thing now is when we have a decoration held. Right. If decoration ID, we're now going to set a new limit and call this var decoration max. So the X is going to be 104 again, but now the Y value, I'm going to start at 0. That'll make it so we can't go above like the middle of the tank. So let's give that a try. Yeah, anyways, let me show off for real like what we got going on here. So yeah, we got it set up where you can place down your own decorations in here now and select them and delete them and stuff. I think it'll be fun. You kind of get to, you know, build your own little customized tank. So now when I place this stuff, okay, so that's the inverse. I did it wrong. We gotta change the decoration minimum. And also I separated out the sprites for the floor and the wall of the tank, so you can also swap those out with different like types eventually. I'm gonna work on that next. All right, so let's see here. And I might even make that so it's like not a thing that you buy, but maybe like a kind of tied to achievements or something. I'm not sure yet what form this is going to take. I am going to have another tab in the aquarium that's kind of like a settings menu for the tank or whatever, just so that you can like choose the liquid type and like all the different stats of the tank, and maybe also select your pebble and wall type, right? But we'll see. All right, so now for decoration minimum, maximum goes back up to 54 because it's the bottom. Set this one to 0. And I'll probably need to do that even a little bit more, but let's just see where this lies. Get out of the thing. I think we had to restart the whole game. My fish swim in strawberry jello. It'd be pretty awesome. Yeah, I do want to... maybe we could add something like that. That'd be crazy. Yeah, I do want the like different tank types and stuff to go insane eventually, so... Oh, wrong, apparently. What did I do this time? Oh. Whoopsies. There we go. So now I can limit the vertical height. I'm not really going to add a limit to the bottom because I kind of like being able to like put stuff in front, sort of. But I'm going to set the limit to like right here, which is, I don't know what value that is, but let's just keep inching our way up, right? So we want to set that to like 16, see where that is. That's actually pretty good right there. As long as we don't have anything that's like too crazy. Literally, I think like 2 more pixels and we're good. Like 18. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, look at that. So now it just goes only on the top there. So we don't have the issue of like placing decorations up like in the middle of the air. Eventually I might add in decorations that can be placed up there possibly. I'm not 100% opposed to that, but oh, what is going on here? Wait, what? Hold on, there's something that happened here. I had 2 decorations placed down here and I went to like delete this one. Oh, that's what happened. So it went over here. Okay, one thing I'm gonna do now, actually, is instead of just limiting position, maybe I'm actually going to check what the position of the mouse position is. So I still will have this one clamping, but for this one now, I don't want it to do anything if it's not there. So I'm gonna have a new variable in here. I actually have like, I mean, what I could do is just have a signal over here or something. Because we have this viewport node, and it does have signals for things in here. So do I have like things set up for that, for entering mouse entered? Doesn't look like I do. So we could do that instead of having to do like the limits like I do down there. That might be the play. Yeah, I think I'll just change this a little bit. Then change this to position.y. Clamp it to 18. Oh, I have to clamp it between a value, right? 0 to 18 or whatever. 54. Okay. Now I'm just going to check the position on this. We're going to have a new variable that's like var mouse inside. Right. So the way that's going to work now is on tank menu. We're going to connect some signals up to viewport. Because viewport you can see is like just the box where our aquarium is. So we don't need the clamps anymore. We connect this guy. So whenever we enter, we're going to say tank cursor dot what is it? Mouse inside is equal to true. And then when we exit, it's not true. So back in here, we can just say if mouse inside, then set our global position. Otherwise, don't. So if our position ever, you know, is a value that's bad, then it just won't do it. We should be okay there. Just to be safe though, I'm actually just gonna keep this, the clamping, because there might be a situation with like weird FPS timings. This clamp that, I know. Only yapping about all the clamping these days. Also, something I'm gonna do now over here is if we are selected, or like if decoration ID or mouse inside, right? Actually, I'm gonna have another thing in here, which is way up here. If mouse inside, return. So let's give this a try. But I still want to be able to right click, so I'm not going to do that. We will actually move it down here. Let's see what happens. This might break. Might not work at all. So it looks like we're good in here. I can select things. See, now if my mouse goes outside of the aquarium, it won't select anything, which is good. Because what was happening, I clicked on this and then I moved my mouse out here. And so technically the cursor was still here selecting this or hovering over it. So then when I clicked on delete, it would first select this new decoration and then delete this one. But now it doesn't do that anymore. So we're good. And you can see the clamping on that stuff still works there, so we are gaming. Yeah, now we can just like put stuff up at the top of the aquarium like that. I do like the kind of depth that this gives us. Even though the fish don't like intertwine between the decorations, I still think it's kind of epic. So a couple things then that I want to add. on all of these decorations, I want to give them different like options. So I talked about doing like scaling. I definitely want to do that. So we'll make it so you can scale the size of these decorations. Also, so you can flip them horizontally if you want, just to kind of for some more variation. But yeah. Maybe add a reset tank button. Yeah, I think that would be nice. Definitely, I want to do that inside of our, like, whatever you call it. Settings tab, you know. I might potentially change the upgrades tab so it kind of has, like, maybe decorations is inside of the upgrades tab, but I'm not sure yet. Just so there's, like, a separator here and then the list of all the decorations. I don't know, what do you guys think about that? Hard to say. It might just be nice because then you don't have so many tabs up here you have to navigate through. And decorations in a way are kind of like an upgrade. So I think I might do that because I don't think there's going to be a ton of tank upgrades really. Yeah, let's do that. I like them as separate decorations for more cosmetic. That's fair. We can keep them separate. I guess we'll see what people think about that. But I can merge them into one tab if people think it's better. So let's go ahead and make a new section now and just call this one like settings. So it's going to have a bunch of different buttons and sliders and drop downs in here. I'm going to have a button so that we can reset our decorations. Let me redo this. I want it to be a animated button. And call it reset decorations. When I call this button, all it's going to do is just delete all of the decorations. So I'm going to say global.tank decorations at index tank ID is equal to an empty array. Then also global dot, what is it? Decorations changed dot emit. So now you can see what that looks like. Should already work. Let's see. So I have all these decorations. Now I can go into settings and hit boom, reset decorations. Now they're all gone. Like them separate as well. Sounds good. Then I'll keep it separate. Yeah. So that works pretty well. I'm going to make it so the button isn't enormous, but we'll do 256 on that. Then don't fill. Should do a little bit more. Maybe even 512. I don't. Nah, too much. 3 to 4. And then just a couple other things that we're going to do. Do you get the money back when you reset? You don't. Right now, if you like place down a decoration and get rid of it, it doesn't give you money back. So I could make it so it does give you the money. The only issue, though, that I see with that is it kind of then technically becomes an exploit. Because what you could do is place down a bunch of decorations that are really expensive. Rebirth. And I'm going to make it so your decorations don't get reset when you rebirth or ascend. And then sell all the decorations and make a bunch of money instantly. So it does kind of cause some balancing issues. I don't think I'm going to make the decorations super expensive, so it really shouldn't, like, break the bank if you delete a couple of them, you know? But yeah, I think I'm just going to not bother with refunding. We'll see. Because I could say sell instead of delete. I'm not sure. Because I just want to avoid that exploit. Yeah, maybe decoration storage? Possibly? Yeah. Like you're just saying, like, if you buy it, you can just hit return to storage. It doesn't actually, like, remove it. Yeah, because then if you already have one bought, you can just place it down again. Yeah, that could be a good way to go about it. It only gives most money back. Yeah, I mean, we could do that also, and there's a lot of different options. I do kind of like the idea of storage. Because then, like, buying a decoration is like a permanent kind of upgrade or whatever. And eventually, if you just spend a bunch of money on buying all of them, you get to just kind of play around, and you don't have to worry about how much money you have anymore. So maybe. I'll write it down. Decoration storage. We'll see. Could definitely be a way to go about it. Because then we avoid the issue of the exploit, but then also it's not like wasted if you delete or move a decoration or whatever. So I think that should be a good way to do it. Yeah. So I think we'll do that. What are some other options I want in here? We can also add in our drop downs and stuff. It's an option button right here. We're gonna do the same thing that we did before. Shrink center. Give it like 384. We're gonna add in some items. Let's go swap to the settings view so I can see it. So I'm gonna add in, I guess, an H box. I have to think about how I want to format this, but I guess we'll do it like this. Then add in a, yeah, this is gonna be for like the type of, yeah, substrate. And we're gonna have a label here. Set this to right. Expand. Is that what it's called? Like the real term for it? I guess that's what it's called. Look at gnomes. I can add in a gnome. That would be a pretty easy one to draw. Sure, I'll write it down. Yeah, if you guys have ideas for decorations, let me know. Yeah, I guess you just call it substrate. Or planted tanks. Gravel. Yeah, we'll call it substrate. It's just the most, I think, clear term. And then this one will be for your background. I would love a way to have a little like icon showing you. Oh, there is an icon. You can do an icon. We're good. Yeah, the little treasure chest, the bubbles. Yeah. A mimic chest, that'd be crazy. Let's add in. Actually, I'm not going to add these manually. I think we're going to do like automated. So, how do we want to store this information? Because I guess we'll need another another variable to store it. Basically, I just need to know the current ID. It's really simple. Just the current ID of the substrate and background. So I guess we do in global. I can't imagine we're going to have anything else other than that or something. I mean, maybe we could lump it all into one category. Like, we've got the tank decorations. It could be like var tank, like, characteristics or something, or tank settings, you know? That's probably the way to do it. And this will be a dictionary of integers and another dictionary. All right. Then ready. Let's do the same thing again in here. If tank settings dot get I false, tank settings equal to an empty dictionary. That'll work. I guess I might have like a default setting for the tank or something. So I'll do like the default substrate as like Li. Am I really gonna have a table for just substrate or whatever? I don't know. What do we want to do here? Because I mean, we've got a lot of data tables already. Key is set to int. Oh yeah, we need to do the tank settings at we need to set like a key or whatever to this. So tank settings at index I is equal to that. There we go. Background. We'll figure out what we want to do for the IDs here. And then fluid. This is the other one that matters. So we'll do that. Thank you for the bit, Bobby. I appreciate it. Fluid is not going to have anything right now, but we'll eventually do that one. So what do we want to do for this stuff now? We got sand and background and fluid. I think I'll just make a table for all the tank settings or whatever, like tank. What would you call these? They're like it's not necessarily a setting, but it's like a tank. But it's not a decoration either. What's like in between those two? An attribute? Yeah, parameter. I guess I'll call them like attributes. I just want a table that I can lump all of them in with, but I don't want them to be classified as like a decoration because it's not really the same. Yeah, property. Kind of. I guess attribute is the closest thing I can think of. I don't know. Go ahead and do a tank attributes table. And then tank. Oops, that's duplicate the trez. Table.trez. Place that. Boom. And then the default background, I think, will just be li background blue. Yeah. And fluid, we're gonna ignore that for now. Okay, so tank attributes table. There's a lot of stuff going on in here. Thingamajig. Yeah. So we're gonna have li substrate sand. And then we're gonna include our sprite for this, right? It's not sand texture, but you know, I actually do kind of like that sand texture. We don't really need a description. I don't think I'm gonna do a cost right now. I think I want to do it like perhaps more achievement based on these. Decorations, it kind of makes sense because it's like an object you're buying, but for like settings like this, like fluids and things, I think it makes more sense to do it this way. So let's let's separate these textures for real. So now something on this too, before I just had this as red here, but it doesn't really work anymore. So what I'm going to do is select all of that. We're going to erase it. And then I'm going to select our sand color and go through with half opacity. Shoot. Like this. Boom. So now we're gaming. So we're going to save this as tank substrate, sand. And we'll just keep building up all these. And then this will be tank background blue. All right, boom. Now we got those two done. Thing is dictionary, yeah. I've got a lot of dictionaries. I haven't really used them much. What's the benefit of using them instead of just storing all the stuff as separate variables? It's a lot easier, yeah, to like store things and load them. And the benefit you get is that it's like a data container. So, for example, a very practical use case of how the way that I'm using these, like I have a lot of like menus with a bunch of things. So let's say like, let's go to our upgrades menu, right? I've got these big lists of a bunch of different upgrades. They're all almost the exact same kind of thing, but I need some way to loop through every single upgrade I have and add them all in here to create these like buttons for these procedurally, right? With code. So dictionaries are great for that because that's all a dictionary is it's a big list of things, and I can loop through the dictionary and grab all the data I need to generate all my UI. So it's just really good for a lot of things, honestly. It's a good place to store data. And yeah, like you said, it's really good for modding too, because somebody, if they want to add a new thing into the game, they don't have to like add a new scene and change the code. All they have to do is just add another one of these little entries here, and it's in the game, right? So it's extremely easy for modding. So far, it seems like it's been a really good kind of design pattern. I've used it in Starground and now Lured In and Deadlift, and it's been very flexible. It practically works for almost anything. You can also use resources. Yeah, that's another option. Yeah, then you can do like statically typing stuff, signals, all that kind of stuff. It is really neat. I do like resources, although the only downside I have with them is just, you know, the fact that you have to open up a million different files. I love how fast it is for me to add in new stuff with a dictionary. I guess I value the speed a little bit more over the luxuries you get with resources, because if I want to add in a new ascension, I just be like boom, and now it's like done. I just change the ID here and like here's my new ascension. So very fast. Use a lot of resources. Yeah, resources are great too. There's definitely like both of them are great. I think it just depends on what you value more. I think dictionaries are a little bit more snappy just in terms of creating them compared to resources. Like resources are good, but I have to go in here and create a new resource and name it and do all that stuff every time. I mean, I can duplicate it, but then also you have to duplicate the script that's attached to the resource and stuff like that. So it just depends on really what you need out of resources. For me, it's very basic information, especially for Lured In, right? Like literally all I need to know is like a couple values, maybe a string and a sprite, and that's it. I'm done, right? So I think for me personally, it kind of doesn't really make as much sense to do resources just because the information I'm storing is so simple. It seems overkill to create a resource for every single one of them. But, you know, either or, I think they both work just as well. They both do the same thing in the end. It's just a different way of approaching the same result, I think. Plus easier to tell what data is by a string instead of looking at for what number 56 of an array represents. Yeah. I find the resource is very much like a struct in C++. Yeah, it's pretty much the same sort of thing. It's just like a little sub-container of things. Yeah. It's kind of annoying how I have to go away from VS Code to Godot to edit the resources. Yeah. I wonder if there is a way to them in VS Code. I'm not really sure. Yeah. Are resources? I haven't done any like C# stuff with Godot before. If you are programming Godot with C#, is it like, is the resources themselves then also in C# or are resources still GD script? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you're using GD script? Okay. So you do a lot of resource creation in code rather than Spectre. Oh, okay, interesting. Resources are just saved as tres, so you should be able to add the raw tres in VS Code. Oh, okay. Yeah, just like a scene. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I haven't ever messed with C# and Godot. Seems like they've been adding a lot more support for C# stuff recently, so that's cool. Yeah, I was never like super attached just to C#. I could imagine like if you're moving from like Unity or something, it would be really, really nice to have C# for sure. But for me, at least, it was kind of just like, I might as well just use GD script. You do it in a writer, okay. In C# you can create subclasses of resource, just like in GD script. Ah, okay, yeah. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, duh. It would just be like, okay, it's good to know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not planning on ever using C#, but maybe one day I'll experiment. Who knows? So we've got the two backgrounds. Let's see, tank background blue. So these are done. All blue background. Well, everybody knows it's a background. It's called blue. I haven't touched C# in about 2 years. Oh yeah. Get some Unity code done soon, so I'll be going back. I'll also have some work I need to do in Mono Game. Okay. Mono Game. I always hear about Mono Game and I like see games using it, but I kind of know nothing about Mono Game. Okay, it's a C# framework. That makes sense. It's a .NET framework. Okay. Pretty interesting. I use C# and GDScript, so it doesn't bother me to use either of them. Yeah. I think Stardew uses Mono Game. But yeah, just a framework, not an engine. Yeah, it depends. I don't know if... I mean, theoretically, you could just make a game from scratch with Mono Game, I guess. But it would be a lot of work. Does it use like a... Okay, proprietary engine. Yeah, it uses XNA. Yeah, it's not really... XNA isn't like an engine, but like... It probably helps a lot. I think it's just like a big collection of a bunch of like tools, right? And libraries. You could probably definitely make games with it. Is it like an actual... No, it's not like an engine. Yeah, it's just a framework, yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be crazy just making a game from scratch like that, or the engine too, right? It's pretty wild. I really do love having like a visual GUI like with Godot. It's kind of nice. Is Godot a good choice when concerns are not a good choice? I mean, I think back then, especially like when Stardew Valley was first coming about, because Stardew Valley has been in development for many years. I don't even know if Godot was public at that point. I don't know when the first Godot version was available, but it was definitely very not well known at all. And also at that point, I think it was very bare bones. So it makes sense. Because I mean, the game released 2016. I think I saw like development started like 2012 or something. Like it was a long time ago. So, but yeah, I imagine that's why. I definitely think Godot in recent times is a much more powerful, capable engine. But back then, I don't think Godot was very good. Right, down to the bare metal, implementing the functionality of the game loop, input handling, loading resources, yeah. Yeah, it does sound like a lot. I imagine it'd be kind of fun, though, in a way. Yeah, it just depends. I mean, if you're really skilled programmer, it probably could be worthwhile. You really want, like, lower level control over stuff like that. XNA was the first codebase that allowed people to publish to consoles. Yeah, nice. Godot 1.0 is in 2001. That's crazy. I didn't even know. Release was until 2014. Ah, okay, that's much later, yeah. It's just internal, first public release 2014. Okay, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, Stardew was 10 years ago. Isn't that crazy? It's a very old game. You don't really think about it very often. In my mind, it doesn't seem like an old game, but a long time ago now. It's pretty crazy. Wasn't too bad doing from scratch. Yeah, I think it always seems worse than it probably really is, just because I've never dabbled with that stuff. So it's like just trying to wrap my head around how that would even work is really difficult. But if you actually look at the docs and stuff, it's probably, I mean, especially like a framework that's been in development for a long time, it's probably not too bad. I'll probably just bring in assets in. Yeah, I had to decode the FBX and OBJ files to individual vertexes. Oh, okay, okay. Interesting. Yeah, you'd have to like look up all the different like, yeah, the way that they like encode it and stuff. I wonder if there's probably like some libraries though, like for that kind of stuff, I imagine though, right? For decoding FBX and stuff like that. Because that seems like a very like common thing. Almost every game does that in some form. Minecraft was 17 years ago. Yeah, that's crazy. 17 years ago. Yeah. It's wild how long I've been playing Minecraft for. I mean, I don't play Minecraft much anymore, to be honest. I'm bored with it. But like, yeah. I've been playing for so long. I mean, ever since I was like, I think I got the game when I was like 6 or 7 or something. It's a long time ago. Yeah, that's insane. That's 17 years old. But yeah, I was playing back in like beta times. Man, remember when like Redstone came out and stuff? That was freaking epic, guys. I was stupid and young, so I didn't know how to like do anything cool with Redstone, but built a content pipeline for XNA to do it for us. Oh, okay, yeah. Us had lots of different tools to read assets. Nice. Yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, maybe one day I'll try to do more lower level stuff just to see what it's like. I mean, I don't know if I'll ever like stick with it, but I don't want to just say that, right? Without actually knowing the process. Like, I think that's why it would be fun just to mess around and see what I think about it. But I do like Godot though. I've had a good time with it, so I don't feel a super strong need to change or anything, but I'm just gonna have a thing in here. There's gonna be a bunch. I'm gonna do type, and then we'll have an enum in here probably to do it. Tank attribute. Then we'll have substrate and background. Just have a global place that I can like reference these. The type by default is going to be, I guess, substrate. I don't know. And then we'll just set the type in here. The sand is a substrate. Blue is a background. All right. It's like working with SDL and Raylib. Yeah, I haven't even like... I know very little about stuff like that, honestly. Raylib. This is another programming library, yeah. 2013. Okay. Yeah, I never used any of these before. I've like heard of all this. I've seen it everywhere, so but like I've never actually like looked it up. This is simple direct media layer. Okay. It's like a hardware abstraction layer just for like basically visual rendering stuff. Yeah. Pretty cool. Nice. Imagine combining a bunch of libraries that bring its own complications. Yeah, I have no idea Building a game from scratch like it's 1991. Yeah, pure raw binary. Have to build everything yourself. I don't know, that would be insane. I don't know if that's even doable, man. No, I don't even need this default actually on this. It's cool though. I do respect the, you know, the fact that people can do that, like just have a couple little frameworks and make a whole game without like a engine or UI or anything. It's crazy. I'm gonna sound ready. I'm gonna set up all this stuff. When we first brought XNA or MDX to life, we had to convert the native DirectX libraries to .NET code. Okay. Yeah, so you'd have to like convert stuff yourself. That'd be insane. Oh, what button is this that I'm changing? Oh yeah, this is. Gonna call the substrate setting, background setting. All right. So this one, basically, I'm just gonna like add these as things. So substrate button is equal to that. And var background button is equal to that. Many years ago, I tried to make a game with Raylib and I quickly gave up. Thought it was kind of lame to use an engine. I don't know. I think it's all pretty cool. It just depends. There's so many. I mean, this is why there's like a million different engines and frameworks, is because everybody has their own kind of skills and desires for what tools they're using. So I think it's cool that we have a bunch of different ways to make a game, you know? Because maybe you want an engine that does a lot of it for you, makes the process easier, but maybe you want to, you know, have some more lower level access to stuff with using frameworks. Someone using stone-based tools to build a jet, yeah. It's always insane to me the jump that, like, conceptually how we've moved from just zeros and ones into like text, and it's insane, you know? It's really weird. It's difficult to conceptualize in my brain of like, how does a computer actually like do all this stuff? Like, obviously I know how, like it's all logic gates on the CPU, but it's kind of like, it's just so, the thing is that the scale is unimaginable. I mean, CPUs have like, whatever, 7 nanometer transistors, which is insane. It's like, how do you actually control all those those transistors that are so tiny? I don't even know. Everything is basically just a bunch of if statements. I think really at the core of it, yeah, it's just a lot of it. Because like to calculate like NAND and all that stuff, you need, it's crazy like how you create gates from just, that's wild. Just zeros or ones. Yeah, you can code with emojis, which is really weird. I've never done it, but you could theoretically like say var crying laughing emoji is 1, right? Oh no, it's an invalid character. Okay. So you can't actually do it. But I think I think I saw one time there's like a setting to enable extended characters in the code. But I don't have it on, I think. But that's pretty insane though. I mean, you can do like stuff like this, I guess, right? Like define a string of laughing crying emoji, which is kind of neat. We make a rock do yes, no a lot, yeah. It's crazy, man. Crazy that it's just a bunch of silicone in the ground and we dug it up and like, this is gonna play Minecraft now. So. I'm gonna say for train global dot. Oh yeah, I didn't like add the table. Let's do that. Does this one have? Yeah, it does. Tank attributes table. Do that. Then down in here. And ready? Pop it right there. I really like the the pattern I got going on here. Every table after is like successively longer. It's not like I did that on purpose. It's just kind of ended up that way. All right. So we got that set up. Now back inside of here. Basically, it's really easy. All I'm going to do is just loop through global.tank attributes. And I say if entry.type is equal to, or it's not capital, tank attributes dot substrate, I add it to a specific one. Otherwise, entry.type equal to global dot tank attributes dot background. So on this one, I say substrate button dot add item, and then this one I say background button dot add item, and this is going to be adding in. Like, how do I do this? Because I can give it. There's an ID text. I don't know if there's a way I can add like metadata to these entries. I'm not really sure the way that works. Like, let's look at what these actually are. Because when I say add, I can say get item ID. Like, what do you even... Okay, there is get item metadata, so I think I can say set item metadata. So we're good. So I'm going to say substrate button.set item metadata. And I need to, I guess, also get the index or whatever. Get item index? Is that the one I want? And that has to... Like, what does this return? Yeah, it's an item. I need index and then like get item ID. Oh, nope, that doesn't work. And then how do I know how to get it? Let me look at what the like functions are we have here. Get item. Get selected ID. Set item. I mean, when I add an item, it doesn't return anything. Actually, I could just pass in a manual ID. It's an integer, though. Oh, the item index will be used as the item ID, so it's the same thing. Just trying to think if there's a way I could just, like, do that. Can I, with add item, do I get to like include? No. Well, it should be fine. I'm just gonna have var index is 0. And then with each one, when I say add item, the label is gonna be entry.name index. And we'll say index plus equals 1 every time. I guess this will work. Why is this complaining? Oh, we have to say for ID an attribute and then var entry is index ID. There we go. So now on this, I'm going to say, I know the index. I can say set item ID or set item metadata. Index, and then I'm gonna pass in the ID just so I can get it. It'll just be good that way. So that should be it there, and then just duplicate the same thing over here. But this will be background button. Cool. So if I go into the game now, it should show all those. Thank you for the hydrate. Much appreciated. Settings, substrate, sand. I don't know why there's empty. Oh, it's because I added those, didn't I? Let's delete those. We don't want any default ones. Try this again. Okay, nice. Settings. Yeah, now you can see all the different settings in here. So yeah, it works pretty well. And then theoretically, there's an icon that I can put in here. So I don't know how the icon works. I want to try it though. I think I can say substrate button.set item icon at index. Yeah, I still need to fix the that command. It's not linking to the right game. But here's the real link. I'm gonna probably do that tonight. The page like pretty much just went live, so I just haven't had time to do it yet. But yeah, load in, it's available, or not available, but you can wishlist it. I think hopefully we'll have like a demo and playtesting stuff the next month or two. So we're gonna say set item icon and then do like the sand. What do we do? Sprites. Where's my aquarium sand? Tank substrate straight sand. I don't know what it's gonna look like with that sprite as the icon. It's probably gonna look stupid, but I'm curious to see what happens. Let's see. Oh, so it does expand the icon, which is actually nice because then like I can make it look larger, which is cool. So I'll just pick a size that's like pretty readable and then just use that. So are you making a different game a couple days ago? Yeah, I've got a couple games that are sort of being worked on right now. Starground is one. This game's already out in early access. I've been working on this for a little while now, actually over like 2 years. I'm also working on another one that's slated for later in the year, so there's no store page or anything, but it's called Deadlift. It's like a 3D horror game. That might have been the one you saw me working on, probably. If that's the one. But yeah. Bunch of things going on. I just want to have games ready to go and like queued up for when Starground is over. Because, you know, I can't just like sit around and do nothing because Starground doesn't make enough money for me to like live and pay rent and all that stuff that's kind of necessary. I'm gonna see what it looks like if I do like an icon like this. I don't know what this will be. Let's see. PNG. Substrate sand icon. We'll do that. I just want to see what it displays like inside of the engine. Then we can make it look cool. Yeah, it's not bad. And then it'll show all the different ones in here. So I think I like how that is. It could possibly just fit to longest item. Allow reselect. It's like selecting the same thing. Text stuff. Yo, thank you for the cheese time. Icon behavior, I could change where that gets positioned. And for the bit, thank you very much. Oh, so I could even do something crazy where I do like centered text or something like that. I think that looks a little silly, but definitely we'll just do the icon on the left. It's interesting though to change that stuff. So I could do expand icon if I wanted to. I might possibly do that just so I have a little bit more control over the sizing, but then up the scale of the button. So I think I'll just increase the size of this a little bit, and we'll go up to 64, maybe a little less, like 48. So now I can kind of adjust the resolution of that. So 48 is a little high res. I think I'm going to drop it down to 24. We work on multiple games at once. I feel bad about how fast I'm making progress on just a single game. It's basically just my first game. I've had a lot of trial and error over the years. You know, none of these are my first games, so I think that really helps a lot. Once you work through your first game, you get a very strong sense of like what you actually need to do to get it finished. At least for me, it was like very like, okay, I know where I went wrong and I'm focusing on the ways to avoid those issues. And so far that's been going pretty well. And I think a lot of it too matters on like scope. Starground is a big beast of a game. The scope is enormous, but like Lured In is a very tiny game. So it's easy for me to get a lot done in Lured In. On any given day, I might be spending as much time on both games, but just because Lured In is smaller, I tend to get more things done. So that's another really big factor, I think, when it comes to like actually finishing and progressing. Because when you hit a certain project size, you can be good about like designing and organizing, but it just becomes harder and harder to program and manage everything. So also with a lot of these games, I have outside help too, which is the big thing. It's not just 100% solo. With like Deadlift, I've got Zach doing all the art for the monsters and stuff. There's not really anyone else helping on Lured In. Saiku or Ollie Fusion, whatever title, does help a bit with like a couple of mini games, but that's been he kind of just started working on that. It's not even really like implemented yet. So, but yeah, I think it's also just because I've gotten very familiar with Godot too. Like once you, I think, learn your tools really well, it's like you're not spending all your time just trying to figure things out. It's just pure like productivity time, you know? So that's been another big thing too, I think. I felt like I haven't been like fighting anything working on these games, right? It's just been pure like get things done. So the sand is kind of like not. I might copy all this and then shrink it. Ooh, that looks terrible. So, I need to set this to nearest neighbor. Just want like a little bit of a sand icon. Like this is probably fine for the most part. How many tanks are there? There's really, I can do as many as I want, but right now there's 6, I think, maximum. But I'll probably possibly increase that in the future. We'll see. I have it set up really like so it's super easy to add more if I want. So shouldn't be too bad. Google something at every little step. Yeah, I mean, I still have to Google stuff too every once in a while, but definitely I think as you learn and just become more comfortable, I find at least I don't really have to look things up as often. Like, yeah, back when I was making my first game and stuff, it like I couldn't do anything without watching a tutorial and stuff. And it was a big obstacle, right, to me getting things done quickly. So I've really tried to focus on like independence with programming. It's part of the reason why I don't like really use AI or anything, because I think it seems like it would be more of a detriment to my learning than anything. I want to be independent of relying on tools and resources to program. Obviously, I'll use the Godot documentation, but that's about it. So, but yeah, it's like totally normal. Like, I wouldn't really compare yourself or your development speed to other people because it's just there's so many factors that go into it. Like, I do this full time, so like all of my time spent doing stuff is just development. So compared to a lot of people, I kind of have like a disproportionately large amount of like practice, right? A lot of people do this, but then also work a full-time job. So it just naturally makes sense that they wouldn't be able to finish things as fast, and that's fine. So, and especially if you're only working on your first game, I really wouldn't worry about it. The only thing I'd say is just try and keep your scope very small, but you'll eventually get more familiar with your tools and things will become a lot easier as time goes on. So let me go actually get the sand colors here. The most basic thing that still happens all the time to me too. Like stuff like that never really goes away, but I think definitely the more practice you get, the more things become sort of ingrained in your memory. I find that it's not having to look at the documentation as much for Godot, right? And it's just because I've just interacted more with the docs, and like every time I go in there, it's another opportunity for my brain to like permanently remember. So I think I like the darker color here. I'm gonna do this. Maybe we could do a little bit of the brighter color for this. School, we began more RPG is your first game, yeah. But also, here's the other thing that I think is really important too. It's not bad to make a large game. Like, really just work on what you want to make. I think that's it. Anybody that argues anything else is like wrong. I mean, you can come from the perspective of like what financially is most likely to succeed. But like in reality, the thing that's most likely to succeed is the thing that you have fun doing. So I think that's a really important thing to remember. It's like just do the thing that you have the most fun with. And for me right now, that's working on Lured In, because I like idle games and it's fun to make idle games. So that's part of why things have moved so quickly. Is like I have a desire to work on the game. So that's always a really big part of it. Steph, I've definitely been in the boat before where you hit a wall or it just becomes a project that you start hating. I don't hate working on Starground yet, but, you know, I imagine someday it may approach that territory if it's all I ever do. But yeah, let's call this tank background blue icon. So Mary's big game on me. Yeah, girls, yeah. I mean, if you want to. Oh man, I think the thing that I always go by is it's not always necessarily what you enjoy like playing the most, but really it's what you enjoy developing the most above anything else. Like, honestly, there's games that I've worked on that I don't really enjoy playing, but enjoy developing. Like, let's say Deadlift, for example. Honestly, I'm not a big horror gamer. I don't play a lot of horror games. I don't really care so much about horror. But it's been very fun to make a horror game. Like, the two interests of those two do not conflict. Like, I can not like playing them, but like creating them. So I think that's another important thing too. And a lot of the times there is a lot of overlap where, like, I love automation games. I do enjoy making automation games. Sometimes there's a lot of annoyance that comes with optimizing, but usually it's like pretty doable. That's my first project. Easy, yeah. Process of designing a scary atmosphere seems interesting. Yeah, it's been really fun. I think the big thing that's like really made the most difference above anything else is sound.
I think it seems like the atmosphere sound builds up is enormous for horror. And it's interesting because you have to be very kind of careful about how you create a sense of horror. Because honestly, jump scares are not scary. Like, sometimes a lot with horror is the lack of scary things happening. And it's weird because it seems like you'd want to just more scary, more monsters, but I think that's not good. Because it, honestly, the imagination and your own mind is much more terrifying than any actual real entity or creature that could scare you, right? Like, just the kinds of things that you might imagine made a sound is probably always going to be worse than your actual monster design. Yeah, suspense is way more important than surprise. Like, there is, obviously you want a payoff every once in a while. But there are games that have no payoff ever. I mean, I think obviously suspense is super important, but a little bit of surprise every now and then makes the suspense feel meaningful. Because if it's all suspense and then you never actually get scared for real, I think it kind of like, there's no reason to be scared anymore because you know nothing's going to happen. But if there's always a little chance that a guy might scream at you and come attack you, I think it makes that atmosphere much more terrifying because you never know when it's going to hit. Then you can just keep people stuck in that state of like, oh, when is he gonna, I don't know where he is. And, you know, confusion is kind of a really good element in horror. And not so much like, not purposely confusing the player and making mechanics difficult or anything, but kind of just like not making it super clear as to like, I guess it's not so much confusion, but more like the unknown is pretty scary. Right? Like, not immediately knowing if a monster is aggressive or not is kind of scary because it's just like intimidating. And then even the guys that are totally safe also become scary because they might not be. The player doesn't know. So I think that's another big thing. But you do have to be careful with that because I think it's really easy to kind of enter the realm of just making the game arbitrarily confusing, and that's always bad. You don't want to do that. Yeah, I definitely learned a lot about making horror. I mean, I'm not like great at it or anything for sure. I've got a long ways to go, but it's interesting like watching like video essays and stuff on horror and like trying to kind of figure it out. So that's been kind of the fun part. And it is very satisfying sometimes, like making a change to an entity, then like it's so much spookier. It's like, yes, the game feels more complete, more cohesive. All right, so we should see both those things in here now. Oh, right, I didn't actually enable the icon, or I guess. What did I do? Should have done the icon. Oh, it's because I didn't have expand icon. That's probably what it is. Let's try that again. And let's see what it looks like. And then I have to end stream. Nope. Oh, it's because the text is to the left. Nope. I don't know why it's not working, but it's fine. We'll figure it out later. And I have the blue icon here. Tank attributes, background. I'm doing the exact same thing. Index, ID, index, entry.icon. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work. Well, we must figure this out another time. Snooze the ad. Anyways, guys, thank you for coming into the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's still not working. I'll figure it out later. We're gonna go ahead and raid out now. Let's go find somebody to raid. Double music. Who would we like to raid today? It's been a long time since we've raided Adagon. Adagon's playing Bracky's jam games. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I believe that happened recently. Let's go raid in there. Thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I'm gonna work on getting the command fixed so that when we're working on Lured In, it actually shows the proper links. So I'll do that. Yeah, let's go start this raid. We'll be live again tomorrow at 3:30 MST. Feel free to wishlist Lured In on Steam. Buy Starground if you want. And yeah, that's gonna be it. And be on the lookout for new playtesting updates if you're a part of that. Maybe we'll do more playtesting in the future and open it up to more people if anyone's interested. But yeah. And probably public playtesting and demo soon. We'll see. Okay, bye everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.